stand in session. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all your presence. Just to note for the record, Council Members Dahl and Council Members Fimbres are attending our meeting electronically. We are starting with item 1, which is time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 pandemic, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. I know that Dr. Cullen from Pima County Health Department did send out some information that was just recently routed to you, probably in the last couple of hours. We just got it from the county. But all that information is provided to you, which gives an update as well as addresses Councilmember Fimbres' questions regarding that. Mayor, happy to answer questions as you see appropriate.
I just want to add that it's important that we all remain vigilant. COVID-19 is still happening. And then on top of that, flu season is upon us. And so please remember to tap into the resources that Pima County Health Department provides for your vaccines, both COVID-19 and flu. And the MPX vaccine is also available at different locations throughout Pima County, including the Teresa Leak Center, North Clinic, East Clinic, and the Pima County Health Center at Abrams. So please take care of yourselves, take care of your children, and the rest of the community. With that, we move on to item 2. Time has been set aside for the mayor and council to receive an update and provide feedback and direction on the city's electric vehicle and infrastructure plan. And before I hand over the mic to both the city manager and Carlos de la Torre, I just wanted to introduce the item. In April of 2021. The mayor and council adopted the EV readiness roadmap and committed to advancing the electrification of our fleets and the adoption of EVs, not just in city operations, but community-wide. In less than 2 years, this mayor and council have made unprecedented commitments and have significantly advanced in the electrification of the transportation sector that the city of Tucson has access to. One of the largest contributors of greenhouse gas emission is the transportation sector, and is key to accomplish our climate goals. So just for update, the EV roadmap is a key component to demonstrate that the city of Tucson is ready to receive federal funds that have been made available through the federal bipartisan infrastructure law and in the recent Inflation Reduction Act. So with that, Mr. City Manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is actually not only an update, but also follow-up. If you remember during the budget discussions, Mayor, you had asked some questions about some specificity around our EV readiness and roadmap and investments. And this is really an opportunity to kind of outline for you the various areas where we are making some progress, looking for feedback. There's no direction necessary, but certainly, as always, we're welcoming feedback on some of the ideas and strategies that we've employed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carlos de la Torre, who's been really spearheading this. Thank you, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Mayor, you cover pretty much the item very eloquently, very good. So I have very few words really to add. And quite frankly, the update is really primarily focused on strategy 6.3 or the EV readiness roadmap. In 6.3, working with utilities really to upgrade the electricity distribution infrastructure to ensure that we got adequate capacity for future EV community needs. So we're working with TEP on that as we move our plans forward in conjunction with them. Also, at the same time, is we want to make sure that I also cover strategy 2.3, which is really a strategy really to develop a comprehensive citywide fleet replacement program with an emphasis on transitioning our fleet to electrification and to install EV charging stations throughout the city. okay? Let me just provide you a brief overview in terms of what the fleet looks like. So the city of Tucson owns, operates, and maintains roughly about 2,900 vehicles with an estimated replacement value of $230 million. About 1,300 units meet or exceed the replacement criteria. It's almost half of the fleet. These figures do not include fire apparatus, ambulances, or public transit. Parks and recreation equipment is not included into it as well. Tucson Water is also responsible for the maintenance of specialized equipment and utility construction. And we also lean very heavily on, in specific areas, for the maintenance of motorcycles, landfill equipment, and land management equipment, that service that is provided by some of the vendors, some of the local vendors. We do use a weighted point fleet replacement criteria based on 40% of age and 60% on the mileage. And that really helps us really ensure that we right-size the fleet, and it's really not just buying vehicles because we're just buying vehicles. So today is really where we are today is really establishing an internal purchasing policy to ensure that EV vehicles are purchased wherever and whenever EV technology is available. And then in operational, they're feasible to support city operations. So that's one of the strategies, 2.1, referred to as a green fleet policy that we're working through that. Again, is the main objectives of that policy is really to provide managing, operating, and purchasing guidelines for all city departments to follow and as to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Key components of that strategy of that policy is got to make sure we right-size the fleet. We want to make sure that our fleet doesn't grow, and we essentially are able to turn in some of the similar units as we move along. We certainly don't want to replace vehicles that are underutilized, that are being driven by less than 3,000 miles or operate less than 720 hours per year. The emphasis is really to replace light-duty fleet vehicles with either battery power, hybrid vehicles, or other green vehicles when commercially available, and again, they meet the operational need. Got to make sure that we continue to deploy EV charging stations at the appropriate city facilities, and we want to make sure that we encourage all departments to minimize the miles traveled in vehicles idling. So we want to encourage virtual meetings. We want to make sure that we don't use a vehicle as an office, that we provide workstations really for employees as they do the day-to-day stuff. And also we want to educate our employees really on eco-driving best practices on how we drive vehicles and how do we best use those vehicles. So to date, we have taken an approach to identify what EV technology is available and determine if this technology meets the city's operational need. So given today's technology, about 28% of the city's fleet could transition into EV vehicles. That's about 800 units. This figure does not account for TPD pursuit vehicles, which make up an additional 30% of the city fleet. This year, we're programming as part of the budget that you allocated for this fiscal year, roughly $4.7 million, we're planning on replacing 90 fleet units within that budget allocation. 35 of those units are essentially our program or are scheduled to be replaced with either an EV or hybrid vehicle, which represents about a 38% of the overall fleet purchases. The remaining 55 units don't really have a hybrid or an EV replacement option. Again, this figure does not include any public safety replacement needs. We're working very closely with them really to coordinate and develop a fleet replacement program for their purposes. As we continue to implement the EV roadmap, as the manager pointed out, during the August 23rd, 2022, the Mayor and Council provided or approved the supplemental funding of $2.5 million for the EV readiness roadmap. That $2.5 million, we're recommending that we use a portion of that, close to $700,000, to fund the general fund vehicle EV replacement. To date, we have on order at least 25 vehicles, EV vehicles. 13 have been funded out of the general fund, and that's what I just outlined the program. And 12 additional vehicles are being programmed to be purchased out of the special revenue fund. In the materials, I gave you a breakdown in terms of what those vehicles look like moving forward. Just want to make sure that also make a note of the exceptional job that our folks at Fleet Services are doing in terms of really purchasing these vehicles, because they really have run into a lot of challenges with supply chain issues and other issues. So a lot of times when we used to have open windows to purchase vehicles, that is no longer the case. We're given 2 or 3 days really to purchase vehicles. They're canceling orders. They're reducing the number of vehicles that we have ordered, and we see that as an increased demand for EV vehicles. Obviously, there's a lot of funding out there for EV deployment. And the other thing we're up against with is we don't have a determined time when those vehicles may be delivered to us, and they can range from between 6 to 12 months. On a parallel track, we're moving forward with the remaining funds, or that's really the proposal, for us to deploy a lot of the EV infrastructure at various cities' facilities. So at first, we identify some key facilities I think are going to be the first one that we probably will deploy that infrastructure. That would be Tucson Police Headquarters, Tucson Fire Central, Tucson Plant 1, Tucson Water Plant 1, and the Thomas Price Center. Additional locations are essentially being identified for us to deploy that infrastructure. But again, we're leaning on that $1.8 million really to make those investments. One of the key assumptions that we're making is that most of the costs really on the general fund to purchase those vehicles is going to be out of the general fund, a lot of those, and for the enterprise accounts for the special revenue, for them really to fund their EV replacement. We do think that there's going to take a lot of investment, not only on-site, really improving or making improvements to our facilities after the meter, but also there's going to be some investments that we'll have to make off-site really to ensure that we have the adequate power moving forward really to sustain those operations. So, Mayor, as directed, we're moving forward, make some progress, and with that concludes my remarks, Mayor and Council.
Mayor, if I can just add a
Sure,
couple
go
of
ahead, Mr.
thoughts.
Manager.
So Carlos mentioned 2 things that I think are important to point out. First of all, a quick shout out to our technicians. Because of the evolution of this technology, they've had to stay current, and as we start to beef up our EV fleet, they're going to need to be retrained, and they're working towards that. And I wanted to just point that out because that is something that's a little different. Every time the new technology comes out, those folks need to be there. The other piece that's important, though, is Carlos mentioned that not all of the vehicles may be purchased in this fiscal year based on supply chain issues. One of the things that we have instituted is once we put those dollars into the vehicle replacement pot, if you will, it stays there. So there won't be a sweeping or a movement of those dollars down the road, because once we have those in the program, we don't want to have to worry about how we're going to fund that in the future. So I just wanted to reinforce that when we have those conversations part of the budget, those dollars are basically placed there as a placeholder, even if those vehicles don't come in this fiscal year. That's all, Mayor. Carlos and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I specifically asked for this item because of, the budgeting conversation that we just had earlier this year. And I wanted to make sure that we actually do have a plan, this is step 1, this is step 2, this is the infrastructure that the city of Tucson needs to develop our own fleets into electric vehicles, but also to make us think of how we can tap into federal bipartisan infrastructure dollars that are available for these purposes, that we look into and study very careful the Inflation Reduction Act that has historic investments in climate action and adaptation. Yes, it is responsible for the city of Tucson to plan with our own general fund budgets and with our own special revenue funds, but we should also be ready to compete in the federal picture for these federal funds, because government fleets are part of the solution to climate action. And then, yes, absolutely, I agree with you, Mr. Manager, that our technicians, the experts in taking care of our fleet, should be part of our plan, right? Because they do have to get training into how to manage an electric vehicle fleet. And that Pima College is a wonderful partner that we can tap into to make sure that our technicians are keeping up with the latest automotive technology. I think Pima College is an expert at being able to provide those services for us. And then, of course, the next piece of it is also working with Tucson Electric Power, has been an incredible partner in providing us even matching funds in terms of infrastructure to move us into electric buses. We should have a very similar conversation with TEP about our fleet and the needs that we have to change our fleet, because that charging infrastructure is equally as important as being able to get our hands in electric vehicles. And then one note before I open up for my colleagues on the council, we should all be very proud of the leaps and bounds that we have taken as a mayor and council and as a city. We are in queue or are operating more than 20 electric buses in our transit fleet, which means that the city of Tucson is the leading city with the most electric buses in the southwestern United States. So we should be really proud of the steps that we've taken in this effort. And so for me, Carlos, it's about, I want to be able to see a tangible plan in writing of how we're going to take these steps, which include all the funds available to us, right? Not just general fund and special revenue fund, but also see us compete to go after federal funds. And with that, I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor?
Good question.
All right, Councilmember Fimbres, let's go with you since you're virtually, and then we'll come back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Carlos, from the communication under strategy 2.2, how many Suntrans buses and Sunvan vehicles will we be able to purchase with $12.1 million grant cover and other resources shares? Will these be placed in for use? The other question is, will it be our buses where we can advertise on them, or will there have to be special needs? Special restrictions the government will put on them? Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, my understanding is on those buses, those electrical buses, there's about 10 of them that are going to be deployed, plus an additional 5 electric cutaways, what they call the Sunvan vehicles, that will be used throughout the city. I can't really speak to specifics in terms of what routes they may be deployed, but I know they're going to be deployed citywide.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I think part of your question also includes the advertising, and that is a policy that's already been in place. So the format or the type of bus is not as important as the fact that we've already got something in place for the advertising of that. As far as the route deployment goes, that's a function of the business need to make sure that we have adequate runs for those buses and making sure that we don't get in a position where we have some challenges with the charging. So that'll be a function of the business need from well, I'll use the term contractor standpoint for our Suntran system.
Thank you. My second question, under strategy 6.3, does the city of Tucson know specifically how much state funding you're the EV network for Tucson, Pima County? Any ideas of it?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, in terms of some of the federal funding that has been allocated to the state for the deployment of EV charging stations, that's still out and about. It still is being looked at, is being reviewed, and is being really developed. So to this day, there is no specific information in terms of what infrastructure will be deployed throughout the state and within Pima County or within the city of Tucson limits. But their primary focus, what I understand, is really primarily centered around the interstate corridors. So we have plenty of that corridor throughout the Tucson region on the I-10 and the I-19 corridor.
Thank you. And what staff is working with TEP regarding the rebate program fund for the improvements which has been done so far?
Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, that is correct. We're going to pursue that program. We're working with them. As a matter of fact, we made some submittals already for some of the vehicles that we have purchased, so that's already in the works. So, yes, sir.
Can you give us a number of amount of the money that's generated from the advertising on the buses now? To the top of your head, Carlos?
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembris, I'll have to get back to you with the number that is not just the EVs, but also the entire fleet. I'll make sure that we get that information back to you, and we'll copy the rest of the council with that.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Now we can only wrap 15 buses. Now we can wrap the whole fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we're up to 20 buses now, which is great. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge, right, that in this country, transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gases. And so we have a unique opportunity to take important climate action with this decision that we're making on our entire fleet of vehicles for the city of Tucson. So I want to thank you, Mayor Romero and City Manager Ortega and Carlos de la Torre for and your staff for leading and moving us in this direction. With that, I had a motion just to keep the conversation going if it's the appropriate time.
Do you need a motion, Carlos, to move forward?
Preferably just, it would work, yes.
Okay.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Vice Mayor.
So mine is more about like having updates. So I move that the mayor and council request monthly or quarterly updates on the EV roadmap progress and specific information on federal funding opportunities. I also ask that we direct staff to bring the green fleets policy for mayor and council review within the next 30 days.
There's a motion?
Monthly or quarterly?
Can I second that with quarterly as well?
Yeah, sure. There's a motion and a second and friendly amendment for quarterly? Okay. So quarterly, I think that being able to also bring the green fleet policy to mayor and council for discussion and approval would be appropriate because that will be our roadmap, right, for how we replace our fleet and then give specific direction to departments on how to analyze and prepare for adoption of EV vehicles and buses and fleet for whatever their needs are. So I support the motion. And are there any others on the council that would want to add? Councilmember Cunningham.
The only thing that I ask, and this is not a criticism at all, this is all great and I'm all for it, but I actually think we have the opportunity here to enjoy some cost avoidance with fuel. I'd really be curious to see what that is. Remember, here we are, it's great that we're talking about the greenhouse part and that's why we're doing this, but there's some fiscal responsibility that we're doing in this as well. Each electric vehicle, as I understand it, that's on the road saves us between $2,500 and $3,000 a year in fuel cost avoidance. So with that in mind, I think we should be aware that we factor that in to this discussion every single time we have it. So that's my only piece.
That's a great point. That's an incredibly important. It's fuel avoidance, cost avoidance, and then, of course, greenhouse gas avoidance as well. Because we're going to make decisions in terms of what the best bang for our buck, because we all have limited bucks. We want to make sure that we're making the right investments in terms of reducing greenhouse gases. So two really important issues. Thank you. Any others? All righty. With that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And since we have you at the table, Carlos, we'll just move on to the next item, which is the zero waste roadmap. Item 3, Mayor and Council will receive an update and provide feedback and direction on the waste roadmap. Again, a little bit of background. In September of 2020, this mayor and council enacted a climate emergency declaration and committed the city of Tucson to 50% waste diversion by 2030 and zero waste by 2050. In September 2021, mayor and council directed staff to embark in a zero waste roadmap. Staff today is presenting updates with some tasks completed. And I'll just hand the mic over to the city manager and Carlos de la Torre so that you can give us an update and then we can ask some questions, have a conversation. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, you did a great job introducing it, so I'll just turn it right over to Mr. De La Torre.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, I was wondering if you could look at slide number 2 on the presentation, just so that way we might just be able to follow along. So as you may recall, Mayor, back in September 2021, September 14th, you gave us direction to embark on the zero waste roadmap. And that's really the overarching game plan in terms of where we're going. So the first phase is on developing the roadmap, and this is where we're at. And our goal was really to get that wrapped up by spring of 2022. We're basically projecting that we're going to get it completed around this, by December 2022. Next phase is obviously the actual development, the actual strategies. And obviously with the intent of really meeting the requirements of implementation, 50% waste diversion by 2030 and zero waste by 2050. Next slide, please. Originally, when we presented this item to you, we had about 10 tasks due to budget and really the renegotiation on the contract. We reduced that to 8 different tasks. Out of those tasks, 5 of them have essentially been completed. When I gave you the update, it had some incorrect information, but it really is about the various components that make up the zero waste roadmap. So the first step was let's identify what we have to work with. It's really is an overview in terms of what tonnages are taken to Los Reales, what does the waste streams look like, and whether stuff that essentially we collect or that stuff that essentially waste that is brought into our facility by other haulers. Overall, we're seeing that the landfill essentially disposes of about over 750,000 tons per year. And a few years ago, 5-6 years ago, that was around 500,000 tons. And when you look at the calculation in terms of diversion, so if you look at that's a huge number, and when you compare the numbers in terms of how much we recycle, how much we do on glass collection, how much we do on some of those products that we got, it only represents roughly about a 4% diversion. So we got a lot of work ahead of us moving forward. And just to put things into perspective, the city, out of the 50,000 tons, the city only controls the intake of that, roughly about 37% of that. So it's almost that's what we as on the programs, on the things that we collect, that we have more control. The other stuff, it really is brought in by other entities, either other haulers, people out in the county, just businesses. That's what really makes up the additional roughly 60%. Task number 2, we looked around and said, okay, what are some of the other cities that we always look out to and be able to say, hey, you got best management practices, you're an inspiration to us from a waste reduction perspective and from a sustainability perspective. So we looked at what is essentially Austin doing, what is Denver doing, what is Phoenix doing, what is Portland doing, and what is Seattle's doing. And really wanted to compare the programs, the initiatives, compare it really in terms of really their population, demographics, their waste composition, just to give us an idea in terms of really how do we gauge ourselves in comparison to those cities. Task number 3, we did issue what we call a request for information when we reached out to the world and said, folks, what can you do if you were to deploy your technology at the sustainability campus? What technology do you have to offer? What are some of the opportunities that you may see at the landfill? So we invited over 200 companies really to participate. We received to participate. Only 61 companies actually asked us for essentially a request for information packet. We received 27 respondents, which are essentially being reviewed, take a look at that. And the respondents essentially range from a lot of some local businesses or local organizations to large international companies. So again, we're going to put that information, incorporate it into the other things on the zero waste roadmap to be able to say, these are the technologies, these are the opportunities that we need to consider moving forward on the development of the final plan. Task number 4 was really, we need to evaluate and recommend some near-term development options. So we know that if we're going to go out there and deploy a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of that investment, that's probably going to take us time really to not only fund, but also plan and implement. So we're talking about that horizon is about 5 years out. So we said, we can't wait 5 years from today. We got to start putting a lot of things in place today. So we said, can we identify some of those programs that we got in place? How do we better enhance those? And how do we provide a better system out there? So one of the proposals is that we're looking at that is a brush and bulky collection program, okay? Is there an opportunity for us to break the brush from the bulky? And if that is the case, when we look at brush and bulky, it really generates about 20,000 tons of material. So if we were to assume that half is waste, half is bulk waste, half of it is green waste, so that means that we may be able to divert about 10,000 tons without really a huge, I would say, change of how we operate things. Certainly, there's that interest. There's also the interest of saying, can we augment the number of pickups as we move along? So can we maybe possibly reduce going into a bulky pickup once a year and maybe go to essentially 2 times the brush pickup? So those are the things that are being looked at and are being considered as we move forward. So just to put things into context, every household generates roughly 300 pounds of household bulky material per year. The other component is I know there's a lot of interest in really deploying an organics collection system, not only in terms of a residential system, but also commercial businesses. We're hoping that probably by deploying those programs, we can probably capture roughly about 20% of the food waste that essentially is being generated. One of the things we probably need to embark on, and that's something that we may, as a council, we want to consider that is not only looking at the waste that essentially is put into the waste bin, but also a lot of the food waste that goes to waste, okay? And so how do we work with a lot of those either grocery stores or other entities to make sure that we can capture that food waste before it makes it into the bin? So how can we work that out? And that's something that as a city, I don't think other folks are doing that or considering that, but I think we're recommending that we probably ought to consider that and fill some of those community gaps and then still solve some of the issues related to dealing with waste on the other end. So that can represent curbside collection programs, or it could be drop-off programs. The other, heard a lot from the council in terms of really about our single stream recycling as compared to multi-stream recycling. Okay, so looking at that, certainly that could be deployed, but it would require a lot of equipment, different trucks, different processing facilities at the MRF, and it has a very low potential of really increasing the diversion and really would have a high impact in terms of the investment. The other thing we heard or we're looking into that is how do we right-size the bin program to support a zero waste pay-as-you-throw service model. It certainly has the potential to increase the diversion anywhere between 15 to 20%. We certainly need to be a little bit careful on how we evaluate the impacts, that if today we have 2 bins, one is really for refuse, the other one is for recycling, are we going to start seeing an increase of use of the recycling bin as a secondary trash bin because I went ahead and reduced essentially my bin size? So those are the things that we need to look at that as we move forward. And I think the other thing that it was discussed last meeting was really our rate structure is somewhat compressed, that we don't have really the ability really to create a big gap between a 65-gallon bin versus a 95-gallon bin. Our gap is about $1. Certainly, as we move forward with those initiatives, I think we can certainly, the city could consider that. Last component would be is there any interest for us to develop and build or even through some other partnerships or even through the internet using technology on how can we create a virtual or a physical reuse store. So if I am basically getting rid of my table, can I have a place really to drop it off? And maybe that will be at the campus or maybe it could be done virtually. and then we can provide them the space so they can refurbish some of those materials, use the materials that are being collected out of the HHW program, be able to refurbish that, and provide essentially the workshops for the public to be able to do that. So those are the small initiatives that again, it's not something that the city would be in the middle of that, but really working with a lot of the entities or nonprofits to be able to do that. So those are the short-term initiatives that we're developing. Obviously, as we finalize the roadmap, we'll come back with some solid recommendations for the council really to consider that. Looking at the processing technology, what's out there, okay? So there's various technologies being essentially looked at. Improvements ranging from really just a mixed-use processing facility all the way to waste to energy. Those technologies really range from a capital investment from $34 million all the way to over $200 million. So those are things that, again, they're very expensive, and we're looking at what those diversion rates will look like. And those are going to be also part of the things that we would need to consider moving forward, really to be able to meet some of those waste diversion requirements. We did have a few workshops last week, and it was really intended to bring city staff, the boards and commissions, and also our community stakeholders. We did present to them the 5 options. They basically discussed in detail the benefits and barriers of each of the options. Organics collection was still one of the things that they really are interested, and they feel that is very doable and has the greatest diversion for the city. When we look at the organics, what really comprises the waste component of the city, 40% of our waste is organic material. So if we put a program in place to do that, we can certainly begin to achieve a lot of those diversion goals.
I have one question to interject right there. And that is
Councilmember Cunningham?
I'm sorry. I'm worried.
Go ahead.
This is just I'm under the impression that if we don't use organics mixed with solid waste, then the landfill life ends up being longer. There's less decomposition that takes place underground. Am I right? Am I missing that? Or how does that work exactly? I'm not enough of an expert on it, but I know that if we separate all the organics and no organics goes into our landfill, then the said landfill that has no organics in it will require much more mitigation later. Is that how that works?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, so yes, if we take the organics out, the decomposition of the landfill waste will take a little bit longer. But the intent of that is when you do that, when you embed it into the waste, that generates greenhouse gases. So the intent is how do we really eliminate from really going into the landfill first? How do we find a beneficial use out of it? Reduce the amount of methane emissions that is created as a result of processing the green waste in a different way, rather than creating a bioreactor, and the bioreactor being the landfill itself. How do we do that? So yeah, certainly, and the goal is if that happens, how can we expand on our recycling program? So all the plastics, all the cardboard can be pulled out of that, and so we would be still landfilling a lot of dry goods that will take more time really to break down as compared to the organic. So no matter what, still the organics are going to decompose first, and the plastics, but it's really just how do we deal with landfill gas and the decomposition of that waste.
I'm just worried that if we've got no organics in a landfill and we have all that plastic that's photosensitive covered up, we're kind of defeating the whole process of catching. Look, there's emerging technologies, and I leave it in your hands, but I just I was worried about that one piece if we go too far on only. I know that a good composting program and a bio landfill is a really good practice. I worry about the repercussions on our plastic landfill.
Yeah.
Mayor, I just wanted to mention a quick comment on that. So certainly the conversation around the brush and bulky piece is important, and that's a reduction. The goal is to maybe separate those out and process them in a different way. But keep in mind that just household waste has a lot of organics in it. Just the standard household garbage that people throw away has a lot of organics that will continue to be used, as a part of that decomposition. What I would expect, quite frankly, is that we'll be on the cutting edge of that to challenge the models that we've had in the past that we've assumed, and quite frankly, could be come up with the new technologies with some of our partners at the university or others to make sure that by doing the separation of the organics on a big scale, that it doesn't have an impact, or if the impact is identified, then it doesn't cause us some harm in another spot. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, go ahead, Carlos.
And Mayor, just finally, part of the other task is really how do we engage the public in terms of their input and their understanding of really the zero waste roadmap. We did an online survey. We got over 400 respondents. Feedback is very, very consistent to what was received on the Climate Action Community Survey, as well as some of the public engagement that has occurred on the Climate Action Plan. It was open to Tucson Metro residents. 91% of those respondents understand or heard the zero waste concept. 62% of them agree on the definition. 80% of them believe that zero waste is important to fight climate change. And 33% of them want to see city investments in recycling infrastructure. So there's a keen interest really in terms of the city's efforts on continue to be more sustainable and really put in a lot of programs in place really to continue on with this roadmap, with the implementation of the roadmap. So our goal finally is really to get this roadmap to you on December timeframe, again with specific recommendations moving forward. And hopefully at that time, we can get some direction from you in terms of really what programs should we look at first and which programs should we defer for later. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for all that you've been doing on the sustainability issue and being part of the solution for climate action and adaptation. I know you enjoy this a lot and you're doing a great job, and you and your team are really leading on these issues, and you've embraced all of the work that we're putting on your shoulders. That is, I should note, extra work, but you are really, you're really taking on the work that we're giving you. So thank you so much for you and your team for putting this work together. I'd just like to open it up for my colleagues on the council if they have any more additional questions. I appreciate Councilmember Cunningham's questions. This is the time for us to ask whatever our concerns or issues are on these issues. I do see some hands up over there virtually, so let's go to Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Carlos. A great presentation. I'm glad we're on the roadway in this area. Yeah, I have 4 quick comments. The waste to energy part I don't like because if it involves burning plastics, just plastics, or mixed waste that includes plastic, there's some pretty toxic stuff, and plastics in the environment is something that we need to really worry about, and plastic recycling and the things that we're doing, thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Kosacik, to make plastic permanently in blocks that will stay and not get into the environment for a long time is the way to go. I'm thinking also that the green waste and food waste diversions are priorities as they take up the landfill space, and they also create methane. We need to get on to selling the methane that's being produced, but the less methane we produce, the better. Diversion before things even get into the system is a really great thing. I want to tell you a personal story. At the outset of COVID, none of the thrift stores were open, and I had time to go through my closets and drawers and get rid of a lot of stuff, but there was nowhere to take them. So cluing into what people do in New York, I just put a table on the street. My wife and I created a sign and invited people to take things, and if they wanted to contribute, they can contribute. That free table, though one of the kids in the neighborhood calls it the sharing table, has grown to 3 tables over the years, and is visited by people 24/7, day and night, every day, except when it's raining, when we have to haul the stuff in. It's been an opportunity for neighbors to meet neighbors and for people who need things and are not able to buy them, they often find things there. And more importantly for me, it's enabled me to get rid of junk that's, so that I'm no longer the hoarder that I tend to be. Another interesting development that I've noticed, and we put in our Ward 3 newsletter, there's a business person in our ward who recognized that people want to recycle glass and are often unable to take them to the glass recycling bins that we set up. So he's starting a small business where he provides a regular service of picking up glass and taking it to our bins, high-ending some of the glass that can be used for art projects or for people who are canning foods. So I'm very interested in helping and working with you, Carlos, on some of these diversions that can keep stuff out of the landfill and help us get to the zero waste. Thanks. Keep up the good work.
Councilmember Funes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carlos, you're doing a great job. Thank you for all your efforts. Can the mayor and council be reminded about how exactly staff is engaged the community and how they're doing outreach to the monolingual communities?
So Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, we engage community-wide through social media, all the other different platforms. We print all of our materials in both English and Spanish. And if requested, essentially other language, we certainly provide that material. The other thing that we really want, we're doing it as a speak, but we want to ensure that we expand on that is how do we engage all the various neighborhood associations and other groups basically upon the request. So we're open, whatever we need to do really to communicate the services that we do. That's really our goal and our approach moving forward.
Thank you. Carlos, how many times a week does Phoenix offer recycling pickup at homes?
Councilmember Freeman, my understanding is City of Phoenix collects the recyclable products once a week, so they provide that pickup once a week.
We're looking at that also again, Carlos, bringing it back to once a week.
Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, if that's the desire of the council, certainly. I think we're looking at the numbers. I think we're delivering the same level of services we were developing when we was provided at once a week. Certainly, the recycling diversion has dropped, but very similar in nature to other communities. Our waste collection has increased, but certainly it would require for us to really re-equip ourselves, buy additional trucks and really add additional staff really to be able to cover those routes to go to once a week pickup. Yes.
Thank you.
Any others over here at the table? Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, the tertiary thrift store idea, it absolutely intrigues me. And one of the things that I'm curious is if, we've got to have about 25 to 30 thrift stores in the city proper, probably more. And I know that they have their donation stations, and I know they move a lot of stuff off. And it ends up going to the landfill. I wonder if we could have, and again, we could do it with a public-private probably, have a tertiary thrift store share, like a citywide sharing table from the thrift store rejects. In other words, it can be, and we can put some folks that are in different situations in their lives the opportunity to help repair those things and make them useful. So I think there's a kind of a community effort that could happen organically in there, and a tertiary thrift store sharing table thing, because I can't come up with a better name right now, is something that I'd love to coordinate with our private partners, a couple social service agencies. So right now, as I'm talking, I'm hoping my team is taking notes so we can meet on it tomorrow. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, great thought, because if you think about just not only the thrift store environment, but also all the other things that are out there that could potentially be reused. I know that we currently partner with the thrift stores. We'll certainly explore. There's already some partnerships that we're exploring, but we'll continue to look at that and expand that because I do think that there's some opportunity there on a system-wide. I will tell you that we have refrained from salvaging because of some liability challenges. We've got a lot of equipment out there and a lot of other things that make for a real unsafe environment. But if we can figure out a way to extract some of that early on, and I know that Carlos and his team are all over that already with partnerships. So we'll continue to explore that, and we're happy to support any other conversations that you all are having.
I'm sure my idea is anything but original. I mean, I'm sure other people have thought of it before, but I'm just kind of, I think there's something to be done there, especially when we think about the challenges we are having with furnishing homes for some of the people that we're moving into low income, some of the challenges we're having with finding just different housewares. I think there's some, or even clothes. I think there's a needle to be thread there, and I'm all over it. So just let me know how that community effort goes. We've just got to figure out the right agency to kind of head it, and we'll go from there.
I love it. Any others? Yeah, that's wonderful. It is exciting. I thought about the very similar opportunities to be able to partner with nonprofit organizations, nonprofit secondhand stores would be great. I would have to say that my kids and I make a day out of it when we go to thrift stores. To my son won't go into a regular store. He gets all his clothing from thrift stores. So it's a fun day out when we go and do that as a family. But in all seriousness, the work to get to zero waste is extremely important. And as we all know, there's already a lot of work being done for our climate action and adaptation plan. We just need to make sure that your work, Carlos, of zero waste is aligning with the climate action plan and all that work that is being done there. And that we're also coordinating with internally all of our departments, right? We need to make sure that there is a culture of waste reduction in the city of Tucson culture and within our departments and throughout our organization. So, as we continue the work that we're doing, it's gonna. As you have it, it's going to take phases to get to where we need to get. But there are some steps that we can take right now. So, for example, some of the steps that we can take internally and the processes that we use internally that we can act on as soon as possible is going to green procurement. In other words, green procurement requires green purchasing practice in contractual agreements. That we can do internally, and that could be an internal change that we can do at our pace, and it could be a faster pace. Also, there's zero waste procurement practices, incorporating zero waste objectives into contractual purchases and services to avoid purchase of disposable goods and plastic goods, minimal waste in production or packaging designs, product take-back services. There's a lot of clothing stores that take back their clothes, and people get credit for it. And then, of course, life cycle analysis. So zero waste procurement is practiced in other cities throughout the country, and I think we could advance that at our pace and not have to wait until phase 7 says we should do this. Also, zero waste public venues and events. We could start requiring that public events provide water stations so that people fill up their own personal water bottles instead of selling plastic bottles. Tucson Meet Yourself just happened, and they had an organics recycling bin and a recycling bin for plastics, which was really good. So through Parks and Recreation or whatever department, does the public events permitting, we could push zero waste public venues and events. And so there's a lot of steps that we can take now, but I think that green procurement and zero waste procurement practices are something that we can institute immediately. And then, of course, updating the departments and bringing the departments along with us as we move into zero waste in the city of Tucson. I think that would be great. I don't think you need a motion to move on our internal practices like green procurement and zero waste procurement. I'll just leave it up to you all to decide how do we advance these thoughts and these ideas before we have to approve our zero waste by 2050 plan. Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thanks. First of all, our community totally gets this, and they embrace it all over the community. We've done, as a part of the plastic thing, which I'll get back to in a second, when people sign up for information on it, they put their zip code in, and every single zip code in the region is reflected in this, and there's one drop-off location. So our community totally gets what we're talking about. The material, the HDR material, has on the proposed sustainability initiatives, it mentions the landfill gas recovery and reutilization. Where are we on that, and what does staff need from us to get it started?
So Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, that RFP is out on the street. As a matter of fact, we have our pre-proposal meeting tomorrow morning to go over that project. So we're giving the entities probably, I believe, until the end of November for them to make the responses, but that's work in progress.
Okay, good. All right. Task 4 on the HDR report was evaluation of residential commercial collection with an eye towards multi-stream. And I totally get the logistics, so don't start shuddering that he's going to. But I can't let that item go without a quick commentary on the plastics. We are at 16 tons now, just out of that one roll-off, having done this for 9 weeks. And that's just residents just driving by and throwing stuff in the roll-off. The partners we've got now include Tohono Chul, Pueblo Vita, a downtown brewery, the zoo, the Assistance League, UHS and Oro Valley Bases have a friendly competition going on. Caridad Kitchen is partnering with us. Reached out to the university. The university has 2 projects that they're going to build with the buy blocks. They're also talking about a collection site, probably around Ring Road. Talking to the student union and student housing, they could fill up a 30 cubic yard roll-off in a weekend out of the food court in the student union. I know they could fill up one after every football game. So there's no problem with the product in terms of quantity. There's a company called Polyprint, and I think that the Pure Leaf bottle that Paul's got has probably got a plastic label on it. Can't see it from here, but Polyprint makes those. It's on like a 5-foot roll, and they roll the label, they roll the colors on. So first they'd put the black on, then they'd put the green on. And if it smudges, it's waste. And without exaggeration, I've seen their numbers, they are producing roughly 100,000 pounds of waste plastic per month out of that one facility. It's all going to the landfill. It's all going to Republic to the landfill. Had a conversation with Raytheon yesterday. They do an excellent job in segregating by commodity, and they don't have a solution for plastics. And so we're talking to them about coming on board. The 30 cubic yard roll-off is now being emptied 3 times a week. That's a cost to you guys, but it seems to be working. There's a deal to be made. The city is not in the business of creating construction material. So there's Bifusion to do that. There's Tankersley, who's right now gathering the material on his site. He's going to have a second site around the first of the year to perhaps house a blocker machine here in Tucson. The transportation costs, we just sent a semi over to Gardena last week with roughly 20 tons. That's ridiculous. but they're going to send roughly 20 tons of blocks back to us. We have a program with the glass, our third, is it materials, strategic materials? So whereby they get all the glass, they crush all the glass, and I think we get 10% of the product plus $5 per ton. That's the kind of a third-party deal that we can make for this. It's so that we're not operating it. The challenge is in the logistics, and so why do I mention this is because there's not a single word about plastics in the HDR report. And so that has to be a part of our plan, because if we have a 50% diversion plan by 2030 and we're at 5%-ish right now, we're not even talking about plastic waste. One of the frames in their report that really caught my eye was when they did the survey of the community. 82% of the community said that they were either very interested, or somewhat interested in curbside food waste. And they would pay for it. So this isn't a question of how do we charge ES with another task. It's let's get the community buy-in to helping to pay for some of the extra services that are going to wind up curbside, because they've demonstrated in so many different ways that they're all in on this. And so we'll have another report back by this December timeline, and we have a meeting coming up November 4th to further the conversation with Bifusion and with Tankersley.
Yeah, Councilmember Kozaczek, I really want to point out what an incredible job you've done with your pilot program, and that you're doing it so enthusiastically for all of us. I think we really need to take note, and it really is an initiation of a multiple stream. It really, really is a multiple stream recycling program, and I know that takes time and money to have a multiple stream instead of a single stream recycling program. But I can't stress enough the importance of looking at the triple bottom line of our investments as we evaluate new technologies and investments that we need to make as a city in terms of waste diversion. It has to make sense in terms of economic, social, and environmental benefits. And I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek that Tucsonans get it. They want us to move in this direction. They want us to invest in it, and they want to come along with us. There are some educational opportunities that I think we still need to work really hard on as we continue using the single stream recycling system because of material that is put in our blue bin that is not for recycling. So there's education pieces, but also we really have to stress the importance of the triple bottom line as we're looking into recycling. Any others? I think this was just a good old update on how you're doing. You don't need any additional input or direction besides looking into green procurement and zero waste procurement practices. That would be great. Any others? Good job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that we all had time to go into the next item. We did have as item 4 the International Trade and Small Business Navigator Program, but I do see Farhad Mogimi here in the chamber, and I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for the conversation that he is here for. So I'm going to take it as a point of personal privilege to move item 6 to become item 4, and then we'll keep it in order after that. Is that okay? Okay. So what we'll do, Mr. Managers, is move item 6 to item 4 so that we could give time to Mr. Mogimi to have a conversation with mayor and council. So I'll call the item 6. Time has been set aside to continue the discussion on strategies for completing the remaining RTA-funded transportation projects and the development of the RTA Next Plan. Mr. Manager, I'd like to allow you time for a presentation, and then we'll start with comments, input, and questions by our colleagues on the council.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So this is a follow-up to the conversation that we had last meeting, whereby I presented to you a request from the RTA Board for the City of Tucson to weigh in on potential projects that could be moved to RTA Next. That's the specific request that was made by the RTA Board. I did not feel comfortable unilaterally making that decision, and so we decided and discussed us doing it as a team. So the information that's in your materials basically outlines the information that we have, which is there's an apparent $150 million shortfall in the 2006 RTA plan. We've been asked to weigh in on it. The vast majority of projects that are yet to be completed are City of Tucson projects. And so obviously we are an important part of that discussion. I won't go into all of the detail of what we discussed last time. What I will focus on is specifically the 13 projects that are listed in your materials. I've given you some thoughts on each one of them, and I will focus more attention on the 5 that the mayor and council would consider, or I would suggest could consider, a potential delay. I use the term delay very deliberately in that I think it is important that we message to the voters that we are not, as a city government, okay with not doing them. I think they have to be accomplished and completed as promised to the voters, but there are potential opportunities for a delay. Now, I do have new information on some of those projects, but Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to go through them if that's okay. So the first order of business is really looking at those 5 projects, and I gave them to you in rank order of where you might want to consider. So the first one is 22nd Street from Camino Seco to Houghton Road. In conversations with some of you, particularly Councilmember Cunningham and Lee, I understand that there's quite a bit of conversation out in the community, as well as promises that were made as recently as this past year about accomplishment that pavement is in poor condition and really needs to be addressed. Based on that, I would suggest that at this point you not consider it. We put it at the bottom of the list for consideration of a delay at this time. The second project that I listed was Valencia Road. Those are safety improvements. I did suggest a potential delay there simply because we have a finite dollar amount, and as costs escalate, I think that this could be a candidate for more robust conversation with the public, particularly with an expansion of that scope to include other intersections. These, again, are safety conversations around that corridor, and that corridor is from El Vernon Way to I-19. That affects both Councilmember Fimbres as well as the Vice Mayor if that decision were to move forward. The third is Houghton Road, and that's Stage 8 from Broadway to Tanque Verde. This one's an interesting one because it is scoped in the RTA plan for a 4-lane section. Our preliminary review, it looks like the demand is not there necessarily to widen that road based on current ADT and current projected volumes. However, there is a need for a conversation around safety improvements, again, at the intersections. Again, another candidate for a more robust conversation with the public, more robust conversation about a potential change in scope, and that's why it's on the list. Item 4, which is Harrison Road, Golf Links to Irvington. I had made a recommendation for a delay on this simply because our projections really demonstrate that it should be a 4-lane section, not a 2-lane section. I understand that subsequent to my memorandum, there was a public meeting where the public is actually suggesting to Councilmember Lee that this project continue with the 2-lane with adding the additional 2 lanes down the road for a future conversation with an RTA next. So again, that could be one that we would take off the list for now, put it at the bottom of the list, and let the rest of them continue with conversation. The 5th one is 22nd Street, and this is from I-10 to Keno Parkway. This is not currently funded. There are significant conversations that occurred about 10 years ago. particularly with the neighborhoods to the north of this corridor, as well as the church, the Santa Cruz Church that's on the corner of 6th and 22nd, and Santa Rita Park. I believe this is a candidate for a potential delay, giving opportunity for us to have more robust conversations with the public and, quite frankly, with those stakeholders. There's also a conversation that could be had about the scope, and I think that conversation could happen as a part of a delay of these projects. Now, I emphasize delay, but I also want to point out that the request from the RTA board was a recommendation for projects to be included in RTA Next. What I'm suggesting to you is that a conversation amongst you would be a delay of these projects, but not specific to a delay to RTA Next, just a delay to say if you've got other funding that's available, whether it's regional funds or potentially RTA Next, that would be fine. But it really is an opportunity for us to, again, be partners, show that we understand the need, the financial need, and the need for potentially delaying some of these projects. So, Mayor, the second part, I'd like to maybe separate the conversations. The second part is about RTA Next. And what I'd like to do, Mayor, with your permission, is really have a conversation about the first piece, and then we can talk about the RTA Next list as subsequent. Either, if we have time today, we can start that discussion and even potentially move that down the road. The reason that I'm interested in the conversation on the 2006 piece is because, Mayor, you do have an RTA board meeting on November 3rd, and I think it would be good for the City Council and yourself to provide some guidance to the RTA board at that meeting. Mayor, we're happy to answer any questions. I've got Sam Creedy, our director, here as well, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Manager. I just wanted to, before I open it up to my colleagues on the council for input and questions, I want to talk about the program that was promised to the voters in 2006. Unfortunately, most of the projects that have not been completed that have been promised to the voters in 2006 are inside of the city of Tucson proper. For whatever reason, one thing or the other, these projects were delayed, and because of the collection of the sales tax and other agreements that were agreed upon before I came to represent the city of Tucson at the RTA board, these projects were delayed, and now we're in a position of having a gap in funding. What I can easily say is that there are projects that must continue forward. Must continue forward. That is 22nd Street Bridge, that is Grant, that is the work that we are doing. I completely agree with you that we need to move forward with 22nd Street, Camino 2nd to Houghton. We need to continue pushing forward in terms of Harrison Road from Golf to Irvington. I would push back in terms of the Valencia Road, I-19 to Alvernon Way, because those are safety improvements, and Valencia Road in that stretch is very, very dangerous. And then, of course, the list that you talk about previously, the Grand Oracle to Swan, stages 3 and 4, Palo Verde to Venice, 22nd Street, I-10 to Tucson, which is the bridge. The city of Tucson very aggressively pursued a $25 million raise grant for that. And so we should proceed as quickly as possible. And then, of course, I agree with you with Grant, Oracle to Swan, stage 5 and 6, from Park to Palo Verde. Those have to move forward. That gateway has been in transition and paused for many years. So those are the ones that could possibly alleviate the funding gap are Houghton, stage 8, and then, of course, 22nd Street, stage 3. only because they're so complex and there's such a big gap in funding for those two projects. And there's so much more community and stakeholder engagement, including Union Pacific on 22nd Street. But saying this, I am not absolutely convinced that the city of Tucson is 100% absolutely on board with the RTA next. There are some very specific requests on behalf of the city of Tucson that we must get from the RTA board and its executive director for us to be able to make the final call on making sure that we are well represented with RTA next. And so those are some preliminary thoughts. I do want to invite my colleagues on the council to add their comments. I do know that Councilmember Kozachik had some preliminary thoughts, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the colleagues.
Okay, I'll be relatively general because I want to hear from everyone else too. First of all, Mike, I think that this list is necessarily joined at the hip with RTA next. I'm not sure that we can make a strict distinction between the two, because we're talking about pushing projects potentially off to RTA next, and I'll get to some of my concerns about that in just a second. Are there guaranteed federal dollars in the infrastructure package that will help bridge the $150 million gap? You might be the best person to know that, and if so, how much and how soon?
Yeah, not guaranteed. The federal infrastructure funds are mostly competitive grants, kind of like what we did with RAISE, the $25 million for 22nd Street Bridge. There are funds that are coming directly through formula funding to the state of Arizona and to PAG, the Pima Association of Governments. So there are scheduled funds both from the state and the federal government that are coming directly to PAG.
Okay, so
Under those bills.
So we don't have a number that we can plug in at this point. How much is available for our projects in HERF and the Surface Transportation Block Grant dollars? And I'm talking about available in terms of funding our projects.
Mayor, we do get HERF on an annual basis, Councilmember Kozachik. What I think you're referencing is the regional allocation
Right.
for those dollars, and I can't answer that. Mr. Mulgini would have to be the one to answer that.
Do you have any idea, Farhan?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, the region receives roughly about $20 million of federal dollars annually and another roughly $25 million of HERF dollars, and that's a state allocation. So combined about $45 million of federal and state funds. Those are already programmed on all the projects through 2026.
So there is zero available through the RTA from either HERF or the
It's-
STBG?
It's already programmed and factored in based on that $150 million that we're trying to close that gap.
So in looking at the RTA Next plan, and this is the reason I think these are joined at the hip. They've got roughly 500. Thanks. That's all I had. I'm gonna stand around. They have roughly $550 million in city projects identified in their project list for next. What are those cost estimates based on? And do we have an agreement with the RTA that when they're really bidding those projects, the full inflation baked-in costs are going to be covered by the RTA? Those are current dollars. 550 million are current dollar estimates. 15 years from now, are we going to be having the same argument about inflation?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, those are current year dollars, and there's been no discussion about what those escalators could be going forward. Again, I would suggest that would be a question for the executive director.
Well, then, in two questions, sorry, thought we were done. So what is the RTA's position on the inflation cost impacts for our current projects and RTA next projects?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, as we discussed at the last meeting, the approach the board is taking is to fully fund all projects to whatever is the actual cost of the project, and that's the basis for the analysis that we have. With that analysis, we're assuming the construction cost that we have currently and the revenue that we bring in, we're still going to have that $150 million gap. And as our revenues perform better and hopefully are in a more favorable position, then we can close that gap as well.
Fair enough, but in your recent memo that you put out, or someone put out to the board, it indicated that the inflation-related costs were the responsibility of the jurisdiction.
That is not correct. We said we will fully fund projects to the actual cost of the projects.
I can show you the memo, Farhad.
But we're 150 short after we account for
Okay, so
projected revenues.
So the RTA's position now is that they are going to cover inflation costs.
We have been doing that so far, and we've done that so far on 3 projects up to $42 million.
Wow.
So again, the 150 we're talking about is the revenue that we do not have.
My focus, other than the upgrades to Speedway, are, well, let me start that sentence again. I don't have a bunch of projects in RTA Next that when the staff was coming around asking for, what do you want done? And the reason for that is because what I'm hearing from residents is their focus is on residential streets and on safety, the categorical elements. And so other than Speedway upgrades, I didn't throw a bunch of, well, let's widen Grant again, or let's widen Alvernon, or whatever, pick your street. So I don't have a bunch of projects within RTA Next. Frankly, we don't need the RTA for a lot of the categorical elements. They're the kinds of things that we've identified in our Complete Streets initiative. I also don't have a dog in the fight on these 5 projects that we're talking about pushing forward. But you're suggesting roughly $130 to $150 million shortfall with those. And so that puts and if we push those into next, this is why they're joined at the hip, we've got roughly $550 million in current dollars, plus another 150 going into RTA Next. We're talking about $700 million of City of Tucson projects. The RTA has $1 billion programmed for transportation, for road projects. We're getting 700 of that out of $1 billion. This is a Ponzi scheme, man. This is exactly where we are right now, is that 15 years from now, some mayor and council are going to be talking about how do we fund the shortfall? If they've got $1 billion estimated in, and in current dollars, City of Tucson projects are $700 million of that, 15 years from now, we're going to blow that budget again, just with our projects. So, the shiny object that we put in front of the voters in 2026 or whenever it goes back to the voters is going to be fool's gold in 20 years. We're going to be right back here again. So, I don't know about these other 5 projects, but I am glad to hear Farhad finally conceding that the RTA will cover inflation costs. That is not consistent with what's in some of the memos, and I brought them out last time. I'm not going to do that again. They continue to fight us over reducing scope to save money. I see Kevin's hand is up. He'll probably want to ask about First Avenue, where we are on that. There has been no agreement or even discussion about the categorical elements that are also, roughly half of the package, setting aside safety and environmental. And what they've effectively done is shifted the burden to us to figure out how to tell our constituents that they failed to deliver. And that's the bottom line on where I'm at in this. We're supposed to tell our people that it's okay and trust them next time on RTA Next. I am not inclined to agree to pushing projects forward to something that I think is a fool's errand in terms of RTA Next and our inability to fund it 15 years from now, unless we, I don't even know what the unless would be, because it's pretty clear that $700 million in 2020 $22 are going to escalate well beyond the $1 billion 15 or 20 years from now. So I have, I'll just reserve until we hear from the rest, because you've thrown 5 projects out there and they're not Ward 6 projects, and so I want to hear from the rest. But I do feel that it is critical. Personalities aside, I don't have confidence in the current director of the RTA that he can pull this off. I bringing out too many memos that show statements contrary to what we just heard. And we have been waiting for 9 months for his 360 annual review. When's that going to happen? Again, it keeps getting pushed off. We just did one for you. I thought it was really valuable to hear from the community. And a lot of support for you, and we were glad to see that. And based on that, we said, great, great job. And I think that it's critical that 360 evaluation for Farhad go forward as soon as possible, because the community needs to weigh in on where what their thoughts are on this whole package. But I'll wait to kind of close my thoughts after we hear from the rest of the folks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Kozachik. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilwoman Lee.
All right, so to reiterate, 22nd and Harrison are non-starters, but we've kind of talked about that. I think everybody understands that. As far as Tanque Verde and Houghton, I've got to talk to my constituents. There might be an opportunity to thread the needle. Some of them aren't Tucson residents, they're rancheros, but they just serve to be the Tanque Verde Valley folks need to be represented here. This is a fundamental reason why I talk about incorporation all the time. Because we wouldn't even be having this discussion if we actually had multiple towns and cities, instead of coming up with some ridiculous excuse to pass a countywide sales. We're the only county that has a countywide. So the issue piece is we've got to talk to the Tanque Verde Valley folks and see kind of where they're at. I think there is some apprehension about widening that area on Houghton. So I think there's an opportunity to have that dialogue and take a look at it. A couple things though. Let's just say hypothetically that we are in support of RTA Next and that project gets moved to RTA Next. That means it's first, in my opinion. And the other thing I'll say is the remaining $550 million, or if you count inflation, $1.3 billion, thank you, Steve, comes into play. Are we going to have 17 projects in phase 4 again? Or are we going to get the first, second, and third? Do we get first dibs on all our stuff? And then we've also talked about weighted voting. So I'm looking at all this stuff going, all right, it's just kind of one thing after another. So like I'm open to trying to be a problem solver, but we're on like thing number 4 now. So that's one piece. That 150, whatever we come up with, does not count on our allotment. That's condition 1. 2, we're not going to have all of our projects in the last phase on the next one. That's a non-starter for me too. And then I seriously think the weighted voting goes there, but more importantly, we've really got to talk about incorporation, and we can't fight these other communities so they have proper representation here. But the bottom line is that if the town of Catalina Foothills and the town of Tanque Verde Valley and the town of Vail and the town of Costas Adobes Tortolita existed, we'd be having an entirely different conversation right now. We would have been having it about 2-3 years ago. And finally, Steve makes a really good point about, Ward 6 is in the middle of all of us. It kind of touches every other ward. It's the heart of Tucson, to some degree. You got to give it to that. I grew up in that area. My folks still live there. And it is what it is right now. We're not going to start building up at a breakneck pace. We're not all of a sudden going to do scrape and builds going 18 stories in the air, and the way the neighborhoods are structured, the way they're set up, the way the people are. It's just one of those things. So worrying about how many we don't need a new right lane on Broadway. We just need to make sure it's getting repaved every 4 years. We don't need to make What's a perfect one? Fairmount. We don't need to make Fairmount a 4-lane road. We need to make sure it's getting repaved. Or Rosewood, or Third, which is a bicycle boulevard, where we can put the flappable pylons in to protect our bicyclists. I mean, that's the stuff we need, and we're doing all that out of our own pocket. And so those are some of the pieces that I'm looking at. And so those are the things that make it tough for us. But again, I think there's something to be said on where we are. As far as Houghton goes, I got to talk to my constituents, but I think we may be able to, if we can augment that. And the other thing I'd ask for from the transportation department, if we're going to delay that project, I want to get it at least get some oil laid down and give it a nice grade so we're not waiting to resurface it. The next part is with regard to 22nd, is that I-10 to Keno? Is that the piece? I'm thinking about how we may want to do Barraza and incorporating that and that connection in RTA next. So I know that it's not my area. I know this is more wards 1 and 5, and I'm not like trying to armchair quarterback it, but I think there's something to be said about seeing how we could tweak that with kind of some of the stuff we're doing at Santa Rita Park, with some of the stuff we're going to do up and down Barraza. We can kind of fold that one in and kind of retool that, and that could be part of this. And so I'm looking at that and going, all right, so here's the stuff that's okay that we can work with if we're going to move forward. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not exactly what he just said. We don't need another mayor and council having this same discussion in 15 to 20 years. It's just not, I won't be a part of that. So those are my comments for this afternoon. And I hope I'm not being too unforgiving. I think that I'm leaving us open where these two projects that the manager suggested, and to be fair, your team did a really good job in kind of analyzing how to put it together and see what we could come up with that made sense. So, you know, I supported RTA at the beginning, and I want to be sure it's as successful as it can be. It's a good tool for us to get some of the infrastructure needs that we have. But gee whiz McKillicers, to have to scramble for that last 150 million in this last piece as we hit the home stretch is very frustrating. It's a very frustrating exercise.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Dahl, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Sam and Michael Graham for coming out to our very rapidly set up public meeting to talk about Harrison between Golf Links and Irvington. I want to thank the mayor and my colleagues for really understanding the needs of the constituents in that area. We were kind of at a fork in the road where we could have went for sort of a wider project in a future state, but the residents really felt adamantly that we really needed to go with the 2-lane bridge. There were safety concerns, public safety concerns when the Pantano Wash floods, and they gave me, as you say, Mayor, marching orders to come here and fight to make sure that that project did not get kicked down the road. So I really want to thank you all for listening to the feedback of my constituents on that, as well as 22nd between Camino Seco and Houghton. So, you know, some of the feedback that they had was that they don't have a high level of confidence that the future RTA might pass. And so they really felt strongly that they wanted to try to get these things into the current project. So really, I just wanted to thank staff. Thank you for all of your work on this. Thank you to my colleagues for understanding the needs of the folks in Ward 4 and accepting that feedback. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Dahl, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, I want to thank the manager and Director Credio for preparing this memo. It's obviously some really good work looking at our options for delivering this RTA 1 realistically. You know, there's a shortfall, which shouldn't have happened, but given that it's there and that PAG is not committed to finding all the funds we need to make up for that, I think we have to use creative and careful thinking about how to change the scope. I was pleased to see First Avenue not one of the manager's recommendations for putting off? We have come up with a solution for that, and that's all I'm going to say because I've ranted about that before. But I think it's a model that could be used, and the manager mentioned this on some of, or maybe all of the other items. Tucsonans overwhelmingly say that they're interested in pedestrian and bicycle safety and alternatives to cars. And there's not a huge demand for widening roads at this point. So for instance, again, it's not on my ward, so it's just a suggestion. The 22nd Street from Keno Parkway to I-10, which has a lot of opposition to widening, why don't we just put in the pedestrian and bicyclist safety improvements and be done? So thank you for taking a careful look at this in the package. We should really invest in the pedestrian safety that can save lives now with the remaining RTA budget we do have. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I had more of a question looking through the list of city projects that were recommended as priority by the Technical Management Committee. I noticed that the shared use path along the I-10 frontage road was in the category of non-TMC priority, and I wanted to know why that was. I know I've had conversations with Sam and Mike about the need for that, but also the intersections along the freeway between 29 Silver Lake all the way to Grant are some of the most dangerous. Have a lot of collisions happen in that place, and I know that typically we're more concerned about moving people on and off the freeway and not really caring about the cross traffic of moving east to west, specifically if you're on foot or you're riding a bike. And so, you know, the freeway is a significant barrier for our community members living on the west side, especially if you don't have a car. For people who have to walk and bike, moving north and south along the frontage road is dangerous because most of the space is designated for cars, and it is illegal for bicyclists to head northbound along the frontage road on the west side. So we have the loop, but as we know, that is primarily a recreational path that's disconnected on its east bank at Congress, and it is closed at night. And the cost to install this shared use path is relatively inexpensive. So unless we're identifying other monies to get that done sooner, just curious why that was seen as a non-priority.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Senator Cruz, thank you for that question. Just a quick recap on the workshop. We were broken up into sub areas, and the city of Tucson covered several sub areas in our small groups. And there was a lot of discussion between TMC members about the various projects, whether or not they were a priority, a regional significance. I think we captured some of that in the material. And so one of our exercises was to find projects that either were a priority or were considered not a priority, but yet were still considered for consideration in the RTA Next plan. And so that's why you see the distinction between the two. The specific project regarding the frontage road multi-use path, there is some concern about ADOT's support of a multi-use path along the frontage roads. As most of you know, they do control the access on the frontage roads. We would need their buy-in on those particular projects. So that's likely why that project did not rise to the level of a priority of the Technical Management Committee. However, it's remained on the list for consideration as the CAC continues to have a dialogue about future projects.
And Mayor, what I would add, Vice Mayor, is the key conversation is with ADOT and making sure that ADOT understands our priorities, and we continue to push that, because it could be that there's other funding sources as well. But certainly the fact that you voiced it here, I mean, we'll continue to push that for a conversation going forward. That's all, Mayor.
I mean, my understanding with ADOT was that they weren't necessarily opposed to it. They did not want to pay for it because they said they're not in the business of retrofitting freeway infrastructure. So I think if we approach them with, you know, a funding mechanism, that they will feel like it then, you know, takes away some of their responsibility. But I would still like to see the intersections under the freeway as something that we need to reconsider.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 22nd Street, I-10, Taquino, very important to the neighborhood association. We put it back in 2009. We stopped the movement because they want more discussion on it. The Santa Cruz Church, there's a lot of parishioners there. They're very concerned about this. They want it all happen on the north side of 22nd Street, not on the south side. There's a lot of historical buildings. Very critical. Get it done quickly. Well, back on it because of 22nd Broadway widening. Did that one now with 22nd Street is critical to get it done. We have the neighbors participating in it. We're gonna have them participate, speak their piece, because they're the ones who are gonna be getting this thing every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just wanted to add a couple of additional comments with the situation we find ourselves. I'm sorry?
Madam Mayor, Tony Paez was a T-Dot director one time, said there's money available through a grant. Still available?
Oh, for 22nd Street, you mean
It-
from, okay, Councilman, City Manager Ortega.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I am not aware of a grant for this segment. I know that there was some planning money years ago, probably 10-plus years ago, for this effort in this particular corridor. I'll do a little research, but I have not heard that. This is the first I've really heard of any additional money for this segment. I don't know of any.
Mike, you know, we're doing master planning for the Santa Rita Park area, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres,
Tied into that.
I'm sorry, excuse me, go ahead again.
We can tie this into the master planning plan, 26th Street widening.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, you're exactly correct in that this is an opportunity for not only inclusion in the master plan effort, but also further engagement in the Santa Cruz Parish, as well as the neighborhood associations to the north. Again, and I want to reiterate, my suggestion in terms of the language of delay does not mean not doing it. It just means making sure that we go through whatever process the stakeholders would like to see, up to and including a conversation around scope for whatever that future corridor improvement might look like. And to the mayor's point, including Union Pacific.
Any other questions, Councilmember Fimbres?
Being there today at SAM, it's critical, RTA is critical that we need to work with.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember. Well, I was saying, before I rudely interrupted Councilmember Fimbres's questioning, I just want to bring some thoughts to the table because I agree with Councilmember Kozachek and Councilmember Cunningham that this is a difficult game of chess, really, if you think about it. If we move on different items, what is going to be the repercussion, and how will we have to move responsibilities for funding to future mayors and councils? We don't know. We really don't know. But what I am very clear about, and I know that you all have given me input to take over to the RTA board, is that the program has to be completed. What was promised to the voters in 2006, especially on the projects that were voted on by City of Tucson voters, we have to deliver. And for me, we need to look at the PAG RTA funding, whatever type of funding is coming, whatever the sources of funding that are coming to the PAG and RTA through federal or state funding, we have to make sure that the RTA board and its executive director are making those funds available to be able to deliver the projects. The RTA board did vote on, back in January, on General Ted Maxwell put on the table and was approved unanimously, a motion that basically talked about the possibility of delays and delaying projects into an RTA next. And that motion was very specific about front-loading all delayed projects to the beginning of a possible RTA next, and that those funds should not be included in the jurisdiction's share of an RTA next. As mayor, I have seen the value that the RTA has for our community. It is a regional partnership. And oftentimes at this table, we've talked about our concerns regarding the RTA, including the representation inequities that we feel are big. I think we've taken steps towards remediation of that representation by adding voices to the CAC, by adding voices to the TMC, and in other committees that are important to be able to have representative voices from community in those committees. And so I feel as though we need to come up with a strategy to move forward. And, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure that if we come up with direction today, that it very clearly states that RTA is responsible to deliver these projects in whatever way, shape, or form, with whatever funds necessary to the citizens of Tucson. And so, you know, it's important to be able to represent the city of Tucson on this board and around the country, and being able to go to the federal government and say, we can come up with solutions to even tax ourselves, to invest in transit, mobility, and transportation measures that will improve our economy, our sustainability, and how we move into the future. And yes, I agree that Tucsonans have said very clearly, we question the need for expansion. But at the same time, we have to decide at this mayor and council table, there's very antiquated infrastructure that we need updating, and that we need to solve these issues in a regional way. Because that road over at Houghton, it affects Vail. It affects the economy as we go in through I-10. And the ability to carry traffic for the continued investment and development of Ward 4 is important. So we cannot be myopic. We really have to think, we really have to have a vision and form a vision at this table that is a bit bigger vision, and that will at the same time be the best decision for the citizens of the city of Tucson that have been putting money into this effort for the last 16 years. So anyway, I just wanted to put those thoughts. For me, I represent every citizen in every ward of the city of Tucson. And so I want to make sure that the delivery of the projects in every ward is going to happen. And those are conversations that we need to continue. But I think that in order for me to be able to represent the wishes of this council on November 3rd, I need some explicit direction from my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Kozaczek.
Couple of thoughts. First of all, front-loading our projects into RTA next and not having them count against the $550 million roughly is good, but there's still real dollars that the RTA is going to have to find. And so I appreciate the comments by some others that we can't have the remaining project list pushed to the bottom of the list again, or we'll be back here in this exact same conversation. I have I do need some clarification though, because I think that I agree with the mayor that we need to give some direction here, because we have 3 people at the table who are going to be at that next meeting, you 3. And you need to, I deserve to hear from this body, and so I'm going to try and frame a motion that captures all of this, but a part of that is me getting clarification on which of those 5 projects you all are okay moving forward. I think what I heard is that Houghton Stage 8 and 22nd Stage 3 are okay being delayed. That's okay?
22nd's the I-19 to Keynote I-19.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I don't know if, I just said I can see the thought process on why I wasn't sure, but I don't represent that area, and I don't want to speak for those constituents.
Richard, you're cool with that? Delay and for more conversation? Okay. And Houghton Stage 8 is Broadway to Tanque Verde widen to 4-lane. Was that one? Okay?
Right. Well, we're going to have a community meeting with some of both the city of Tucson citizens and the county residents to kind of see what our options are. I think there's some daylight there, is what I'm saying.
So I think it's really important that we send a message that the city of Tucson is serious about finding solutions. We're not pushing away from the table and saying, screw it, we're done. We did that in February, January. We're going to hopefully do it again today. And so with that, let me move to recommend to the RTA board that the following projects be delayed in terms of completion to give the RTA board an opportunity to find other funding sources, including all regionally allocated funding and the possibility of inclusion in RTA Next if that ends up going to the voters. And it is those 2 projects, the Houghton Stage 8, Broadway to Tanque Verde, and 22nd Stage 3, I-10 to Keno. Those are the 2. For those projects that we recommend for delay, and this speaks to the mayor's comment a second ago, in alignment with the January motion that Ted Maxwell made, those delayed projects are front-loaded to the beginning of RTA Next, and they do not count against our RTA Next project list. For the projects that we're not recommending for delay, and the rest of those that are unfunded, the RTA board needs to ensure delivery of those projects as was promised to the voters in 2006, using any available funding that's allocated to PAG and or to the RTA. That does not indicate that the city agrees that not completing the projects as originally outlined is acceptable. So we're not walking away from those projects. And finally, we recommend that the RTA board includes any and all regionally allocated funding towards the completion of the 2006 RTA program that they receive up through 2026, or as long as necessary to complete those projects.
That is in the form of a motion?
And
That's
I
in the
think
form,
that captures the
it
conversation.
is, that does really well.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Fimbres.
still concerned about 22nd Street, I-10, Keno.
That we agree
Here's
to,
that,
that we agree to delay it, but we're not walking away from it.
Okay, any other? Mr. Ortega?
how long would you delay it?
So the spirit of the motion is to give the RTA the opportunity to find funding. That could go through 2026, it could go beyond that, it could wind up on RTA Next. We're not drawing that line in the sand with this motion. What we're saying is, we're not walking away from the project because we promised it to the voters, the RTA promised it to the voters, but we're not saying that you need to fund that right now. Does that answer your question, Richard?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, I think the motion is very, very clear. I do want to just maybe ask for a point of clarification. And as you heard from the executive director, all the regional funds are programmed through 26. But I think your motion said completion of the program, so that doesn't limit the regional funds to 26. It can be for as long as necessary beyond that. And I think the last time, the executive director did mention that there were available fundings through 28, so that could also work. But I like the language of until completed, and that gives it some clarity. So I just wanted to
As
point that
long as
out.
it takes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alrighty, any additional questions or points of discussion?
I guess I would add this to the motion, and I know it's already been seconded, and so, Lane, if you're agreeing with this, that the city of Tucson wants that 360 review done within 30 days.
So is the seconder open to that? Okay, so the 360, adding the, making sure that the 360 review of the executive director is done within the next 30 days?
And maybe 30 days after your November meeting?
Okay, so maybe before the end of the year?
Yeah, fair.
Okay, is that fair? Okay.
I have one thing to add.
So Councilmember Cunningham.
I want to be sure that, look, we're going to end up having to do some type of town hall or community meeting with our constituents and the people in Tanque Verde Valley about this project. I want to make sure that RTA staff is there. Okay, then I'm good.
Okay. If there are no other questions, Mr. Manager, you've got the gist of the motion, Mr. Rankin? Okay. Mr. Credio? Okay. With that,
Mayor, could we hear the motion again? Could we hear the motion again before we vote?
Councilmember Kozachik?
Sure. Can I summarize it for you?
Yes.
That we recommend the RTA board delay the Houghton Stage 8 and the 22nd Stage 3 projects to allow them time to identify other funding sources for as long as that takes. And that they, consistent with Ted Maxwell's motion in January, that any delayed project is front-loaded if they wind up in RTA next, and that they do not count against our project list for RTA next. That we are not agreeing, that we are not indicating that we are agreeing to cancel any of the projects that were on the 2006 ballot. That we are recommending the RTA board identify any and all funding sources, including PAG sources, for as long as that takes to complete our projects. And the 360 review by the end of the year.
Okay. Councilmember Dahl? Councilmember Fimbres? I think they must be a little...
Madam Mayor, what does that do to the master plan in the Santa Rita Park? Michael?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I think it actually gives us opportunity to engage even more stakeholders during that. And certainly the master plan for the park can be a significant influence on that future configuration of the roadway.
They don't want to delay the master plan of the park, though. They're tired of that. Like folks in my constituent Ward 5 were tired of delays and being passed over.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, it will have no delay impact on the master plan. The idea would be to incorporate the thoughts and comments that we received as a part of the master plan into the corridor improvements.
Okay.
Right. And I didn't hear from Councilmember Dahl. You were good with the motion as repeated, Councilmember Dahl?
Yeah, that clarified things. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Well, we've got our marching orders, Councilwoman Lee. Thank you. Yeah, it is my turn to take them over. Thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Farhat, Mr. Mogimi. Really appreciate you coming in a little earlier.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so thank you so much. Appreciate the conversation, and I just want to confirm with any of you, if you want us to attend any meeting, we'll be happy to do that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
you.
Thank you. All right, so we move back to the economic initiatives item. Time has been set aside for an update from the Office of Economic Initiatives regarding the International Trade and Small Business Navigator Program. Before I hand this over to Mr. Ortega or Barbara Coffey and her team, I'm just looking forward to this update from our Small Business Navigator Program Manager and our international trade specialist. This is something, colleagues, that we dreamed about back in 2020. This is something that we felt as a council that the growing, existing, and small businesses in the city of Tucson are a very important part of our economic resiliency and economic vitality. And by bringing this program to life through the Economic Initiatives Office, that we would have a much better service to our small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy. And then, of course, with the international trade specialist position, my dream was to make sure that we had someone that could lead the important work of import, export, and job creation in North America with our foreign investors from Canada and Mexico and anywhere else in the world for that matter, and increase the partnership and the presence of the city of Tucson in Mexico and Canada. So there's a great update that we're just going to be a part of and receive from our economic initiatives team. But I'm really happy to see our vision and our dreams of creating your programs into fruition. And I know that we're already doing incredible work. So with that, Mr. Manager, I know that you have our Department Director of Economic Initiatives here, Barbara Coffey.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll let Barbara go into the detail of the presentation that you're going to see today by both Alma and Frankie. But I do think your synopsis is excellent, and a reminder, quite frankly, that this has been going on for a long time. I mean, these discussions have been going on with the mayor and council for many years. I would also remind you that during the pandemic, that's really when we started to see some CARES money coming through, was where we were able to give it a shot in the arm, because it became so obvious that those legacy business, small businesses, and also our international contacts became exceptionally important as we move forward. So again, I think we're on track. It's a good update, and I'll turn it over to Barbara for some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We are excited to bring you this update of these key programs that launched this year. And I just want to acknowledge you first, the foresight of this council, in particular, Mayor Romero, who was instrumental so many years ago in the creation of what is actually now the Office of Economic Initiatives. And this year, Mayor, you brought forward the ideas and championed the creation of the two new programs of work, the International Trade and Business Development Program and the Small Business Navigator Program, so thank you. I'm happy to have Alma Peralta and Francisco Villegas here today to share the work they've been doing since January in these two new programs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Alma to start us off.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and present about my work that I've been doing as international trade specialist for 10 months now. The time has flown by, and I'm really excited to be here and present some of the work that we've been doing in international trade. Thank you. And I'd like to highlight first one of the books that we created this year, highlighting our international ties. As you can see, we have a Tucson Global brochure that we've been distributing in our trade shows and whenever we host international visitors here in town. It highlights our international ties, that we have more than 500 international companies, 4 foreign consulates, which include Costa Rica, Guatemala, El Salvador, and of course, one of the most important consulates of Mexico here in town. And also, we have our direct flights to Canada. We are very close to the border, and we also have very important international trade offices that belong to the state around the world. We want to make sure that our Tucson companies take advantage of our ties with Arizona International Trade Offices, which include 3 in Mexico, Guanajuato, Mexico City, Chihuahua. We also have one in Israel. We have some in Asia and Europe as well. And we also have our Sister Cities program, which we want to work closer together to attract companies. And as you already know, we're the first UNESCO city of gastronomy. And this is what we tell our companies. This is how we sell Tucson, highlighting our international ties. We know that foreign companies here in town pay Tucsonans higher than their local counterparts. So we're doing a lot of business attraction activity by going to international trade shows. This year we have gone to Guanajuato to the Mexico's Auto Industry Summit. We've also participated in the Select USA Investment Summit in Washington, D.C., and that is organized by the U.S. Department of Commerce. We've also been focused on creating more marketing material to highlight our international ties. We've been working with the University of Arizona Tech Parks to promote their soft landing programs for the international entrepreneurs and startups that want to come to Tucson and expand their business here. And as you can see, most of our engagement has been with Mexico, and that is obvious with our close ties with Mexico. But we've also engaged with Israeli companies, Taiwanese companies, and in various sectors and in various industries. Sorry. And then in business retention and expansion, we know that companies that export their products and their services, they tend to be more resilient in an economic downturn. So we've also developed activities to promote exports in Tucson. And some of our activities that we've been doing is working with the University of Arizona, working with UNAM, that is the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, the U.S. Commercial Service, Arizona Commerce Authority, to develop programs that help export. And one of the very first programs that we've done is the International Business Workshop. And that was a partnership between the Eller College of Management and UNAM. And we had about 12 businesses that were interested in learning about logistics, international trade, import-export. They were here for a full week, and they actually got a certificate from the University of Arizona and UNAM. And that was a very, very nice program. They also had the opportunity to go down to Nogales and learn more about logistics and the process of bringing and exporting and bringing the products to this on this side of the border. It won't work, but I think I will pass it on to my colleague.
Just make sure that you put your mic on. Yeah, you go, and that you speak into the mic. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm very excited to provide you with an update of the amazing work that we have been doing for the past 9 months. I just want to share a quick stat with all of you that I think is relevant and why the work that we're doing matters. 60% of the businesses in the Tucson metro area have fewer than 10 employees. 83% have fewer than 20 employees. So they are market. We have a lot of work to do. This is according to a study done by MC, and I'm happy to share that study so that you know I didn't make up the numbers. So our efforts, we've been helping our businesses preparing to start a business, to navigate the complex layers of licensing, permits, zoning requirements that we have in place. We are developing an approach that reflects the city entrepreneurial ecosystem, and we want to make sure that we are meeting the equity goals that we establish ourselves in the SETS plan. And we also want to contribute to an inclusive economy that works for everyone. So you're like, she's just throwing words around, but I'll show you how it's being done. So we expanded our small business assistance line. I'm sorry. As you can see, we now take calls in Spanish. We're helping our new businesses how to set up the business. We are expanding the team. We're going to hire one more business navigator, hopefully by the end of next month. My boss, she can say yes or no. All those, there you go. So we're meeting with the business owners. You can see the metrics. We're providing one-on-one assistance. We're providing, and here's the importance of our trainings and why it's important, the work that we do. We're meeting the business owners where they are. We're providing trainings that are culturally relevant, trainings in Spanish, in other languages. We created a Facebook page. I know that, Facebook, big deal, but our businesses, that's how they connect. We get a lot of requests through our Facebook page, and we post our businesses. We want to highlight the amazing work that they do. So the first thing that I want to show you is when we first implemented the program, the community wasn't aware of the work that we were doing, so we hosted, it was actually a continuation of the Tucson Means Business, something that the mayor started, 10, 15 years ago. So we hosted that event at City Hall, and basically the businesses had the opportunity to interact with different directors from the city. So they actually got to hear from Carlos, from business planning, everything that you need to have in order to start a business. And then we hosted office hours at each of your ward offices. I had the opportunity to meet with some of you. We wanted to hear directly from the community so that we can implement trainings that are relevant and the trainings that they need. So we created the Sazón Empresarial, and I do have some collateral material. I have enough copies if you guys just want to pass one around, or it's up to you. So during the training, the businesses learn how to, I do have bread for Pambirote for all of you. So this is a business in the west side of Tucson. I do have enough. Don't feel obligated. Okay. I have enough because I do love food, and you need to visit and buy from the local businesses. So if you can just grab one, pass the other ones around. So anyway, we put 14 business owners through a series of classes. They learn about pricing their menu. They learn about the important thing, and the really cool thing about the program is that they were able to develop a nutritional code. This was in collaboration with the University of Arizona, with Pima County, with the Garden Kitchen. And this is a game changer for our businesses, because if you want to sell at a retail or on Amazon, I don't know, did I pass both of the? Okay. Okay. If you want to pass this around, thank you. So basically, the businesses showed up with the dough, the eggs, whatever ingredients were needed to create the final product. They identified, they analyzed the recipes, and they worked with professors from the university, because I don't know how to analyze a recipe yet. And so they were able to develop the nutritional code. And with that, you can sell at a retail. My goal is to go to Costco, Whole Foods, you name it, so that our businesses, the small ones, have the opportunity to sell, at a retail stores. So we're changing lives here. I'm very proud of that. And you can see a picture. Oh, I don't have it. Okay. I do see the pictures, but they're not. Another success. Is it in there? Okay, I guess I'm too fast for okay. It's not in here, but we hosted a class, financial planning. All these 3 classes that I'm sharing with you were instrumental for our business community, because during the pandemic, we learned that they didn't have a whole lot of financials, therefore they didn't qualify for the PPP assistance, and even some of our grants, they needed to show the decline in gross sales. So based on those experiences and communication and meeting with them, we developed that Sazón Empresarial program. We developed a series of financial classes where they learn how to keep track, record keeping, cash flow analysis. And here's what, maybe I should have Narda read this. This is her success story. It's not in there, but we had a landscape businesses and a construction. He said that because he talked to experts, he got the information he needed to organize the financials, and now he's ready to apply for a loan. He's also implementing a new bookkeeping system. Before our classes, he was running a yearly, you can help me with this one, a yearly report. And a lot of things can change in a year. So because of our classes, now he's running a monthly report. How often do you run reports? Anyway, every month, right? So every month, I agree, you should be running reports every month. In collaboration with the Arizona Commerce Authority, we ran a financial digital class. Oh, I wish the pictures. Nope, they're not. Anyway, the businesses that participated, this is a really good one. So Abdul Malik Omar, he's an immigrant from Somalia. He had a previous business providing luxury airport transportation. He had to close the business during the pandemic in 2020, and he needed to open, to provide for the family. So he opened a African grocery store in Midtown Tucson called AC African Market. It's on 22nd and Craycraft. And he basically received the support he needed to open a webpage, to develop a way for the clients to connect with him, to sell online. And he also, with the assistance of the business navigators, he was able to secure a $10,000 loan, very competitive process because there's 0% interest. So, and I think that's it. I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of the work that we're doing. We have a lot to be done, so we need your help, and I appreciate the trust you have in me to run the program. Thank you.
Thanks.
Barbara, did you want to add?
I did. I just want to recognize the team that is here today, and you see their images, but in the audience, Narda Flores and Nicole Sanderson. If you would stand, the part of our Business Navigators team.
Thank you.
So hard, and they do, as Francisca mentioned, handhold so many business owners, and they are doing a fantastic job. Kevin Burke and Mike Chakowski are also here in support. And I'd just say my team has been supportive of one another. They have pitched in. You've seen we've added new people. It's been a busy year, and we've come together and helped each other, and look what they have achieved. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Francisca and Alma, for your work and for helping lead the vision of mayor and council into fruition. With our thought in terms of economic development, back in, God, I'm trying to remember when it was, maybe 2010, that as a, semi-new council person elected for Ward 1, we were going through a horrible recession. I was elected in 2007, and the recession of 2008, 2009, 2010 was very hard on not just local governments, but small businesses and in our economy. And so at the time, we did not have an economic initiatives department or even a unit in the city of Tucson. And one of the things that I am very proud of that I did and led as a councilwoman at that time is to push to create an economic initiatives office and be able to create that department that would lead us and would help us and would dedicate their time at creating economic opportunities for long-term, high-wage jobs in the city of Tucson. And so we created your department, Barbara, and we're so happy when we brought you along. You've done so much to help us build on the businesses that are growing or relocating here, and these are bigger type businesses. And we came to the conclusion back in 2020 that we needed to expand your department, that we needed to make sure, well, I came to the conclusion way before then, but I became mayor in 2019. I ran on creating a small business navigator program in the city of Tucson and creating the international trade specialist position, because that's an expansion of the work that you all do at economic initiatives. One is not more important than the other. All of the economic circle should be equal importance. And so I'm really happy to hear that we're already on the ground in trade shows and in trying to touch base with businesses around the world, not just in Mexico and Canada. But we know that by being able to grow our small businesses and not just help them open, but help them thrive. And this Sazón Empresarial program that was a partnership with the University of Arizona Eller College of Business, it really opens the doors, as you said, Francisca. It opens the door to local businesses to be able to sell their products to Fry's and to Safeway and to Food City and and Costco, and so it really carries and makes our small businesses thrive. If we equip them with the tools, because we're a city of gastronomy, we will be able to open many doors to them. And it's not just, our restaurant industry, but also other small businesses that we can help with the appropriate tools and help them grow. So very happy to see the progress. I know that there are still exciting projects ahead of us, possible partnerships, including with the University of Arizona Tech Park and with the City of Tucson IDA. So I'm looking forward to more. Any addition? I'm sorry, I'm really excited about this, and this is something that is very exciting to all of us, especially me. That's why I'm taking so much time with this one, but want to give some time to my colleagues on the council to either ask questions or make comments or give input on the programs. Vice Mayor?
All right. Thank you so much. For the international trade, I was curious about what companies or sectors are currently engaged in the export business in Tucson.
So I'll start us off. I know Alma and I have spent some time on the road together, actually, even at the Automotive Summit in Leon, but that's just one of the many that she mentioned. And what you asked about the industry sectors we've touched so far, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, automotive industry, food and beverage industries, retail, healthcare, semiconductor, government services, as well as aerospace and other business associations. And from that, just a number of contacts are being made. As you know, economic development is a long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and it begins with making these relationships and starting to become a point of contact here in Tucson for those businesses looking to either establish operations here or put a foothold in the U.S. And so Alma has been at the heart of that and has even formulated programs to begin to educate businesses. We're going to be launching webinars and pretty soon in conjunction with ACA to bring members back to us, these contacts that we've been making. They'll come back to us from at different touch points so that we can continue to develop those relationships.
So to add to that, are we kind of prioritizing industries that are part of like our climate action plan to bring in more green companies or sectors to the city?
Absolutely, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. in our comprehensive economic development strategy, our target industries include a focus on renewables and natural resources, and that is a big part of our conversations. And working collaboratively, you heard my counterpart Carlos de la Torre earlier talk about many of the initiatives that are also exciting for economic development because they speak to the RFPs that they are issuing from Environmental Services Department directly impact job creation opportunities and opportunities for capital investment here in Tucson. And those companies, many of them we've spoken to, are from Canada, so they are a part of our international program.
Okay, thank you. And with that, as we're creating opportunities for foreign-owned corporations to set up shop here, are we also setting expectations around local hiring and providing livable wages and investing in our Tucson community?
I love that question. So again, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, we have been discussing as we look at our own incentive programs, ways that we can incorporate those kinds of I'll call them requirements, but basically company values that align with our city values. And so I think that that's the direction we're headed. And it is certainly easy to do in the vein of the ones we mentioned, the renewable companies and companies around climate action. The formation of our Southern Arizona Coalition for Climate Adaptation and Resilience will be a big part of continuing that conversation because it does bring together all of the partners that you've heard us reference today, our education and workforce partners, to align around that, support them in those goals, and be sure that they are, again, aligning with city values.
Yeah, well, thank you on that front. I know it's, for the small business navigators, I really appreciate like tangibly being able to see the impact, and I know it can seem small, but it's a game changer for a lot of our small businesses. And La Fresita is one of my favorite Ward 1 businesses, just to put that out there. They have the best supernatural in town. I really want, to thank the Small Business Navigator team, for their support. I talk about them all the time, a lot of small and legacy businesses in Ward 1, and that the outreach that they've been doing from the office, but also to have a bilingual helpline has been a big help for a lot of our businesses. And even when they're coming to me with requests, I feel like I know where to send them, where they're going to get the support that they need. So I don't know if Francisca could maybe share some of the lessons that have, you've learned or could share with us about the small roundtables that you've been doing. And also, what have you been hearing from businesses in terms of support they need as they emerge, from the pandemic, since a lot of this support, we really kind of, took it upon ourselves to really make this happen because we knew that they would be the greatest impacted and then probably the slowest to recover. But anything you could share?
Okay. I'll keep it simple and short because I do have a lot of feedback from the community, but access to capital continues to be a struggle for our businesses. Obviously, traditional banks, they want 3 years in business, they want $3 million in revenue. So those metrics are really hard for our small, less than 20 employees. So in collaboration with the CPLC, the grant that went out in June, we partnered with them and we provided loan packaging, analyzing their financials. I got a copy of the requirements, so we wanted to make sure that our businesses had a complete package. I mean, obviously, the lender, they need to do diligence to make sure they're qualified, but, translating the material, we want to make sure our applicants, our businesses, not only are they going through our trainings, but they also have the ability to secure capital. So we're providing all the technical assistance so they have a strong file. Another suggestion from the business owners and the community is that navigating the city, it's hard. You have to, not only do you have to navigate the city processes, but you have to work with Pima County, you have to work with zoning, with, you name it. So it's really hard for them to understand like all the steps and who's doing what, because at any point you have to have a permit from the city and from the county, and they're like, well, I got a permit approved by the city, why do I have to involve the county? So it's really up to us to make sure we have strong connections with the county as well, so that we can pick up the phone and have them explain, hey, please work with this business owner, because you start paying rent the moment you sign the lease agreement. And the landlord doesn't care whether or not you get any permits approved. So that's a big one. We could definitely work on improving our internal processes, and it is happening, it's in the works. I'm very excited that we're revamping the business website where they can apply in one place, and, they're gonna get information, updates via email, text, so that's very helpful for our business owners.
Any others? Alrighty. I think that, the Small Business Navigator program has good communication with the council offices. The line for both English and Spanish business assistance is available on our websites, and I know that we should definitely continue making sure that each and every ward has the information that they need to hand it over to their small businesses. And this small businesses in every, right, from an engineering small business company to a construction company to a restaurant to a beauty shop, all of them matter. And that's what I love about our small business program, that we are trying to reach everyone equally. There's a lot of research out there that shows that small businesses do not have access to capital. And you mentioned it, Francisca. And so that is something that I want to make sure that we continue working on, and making sure that we find nonprofit lenders to be able to work with our small businesses so that they can continue to thrive in the city. And with international trade, it's also being able to sell the city of Tucson to companies that align with our vision and our goals of creating sustainable green jobs of the future. And so I am more than willing to attend with you to any pitch that you're making anywhere, to make sure that we present the city of Tucson as an option to the world. We are geographically blessed here in the city of Tucson to be 60 miles away from Mexico, our #1 trading partner as a state. We have to make sure that Mexican companies know that the city of Tucson is open for business and could be their hub for their company in the United States. So we are connected by rail, by interstate, and we have an inland port, and we have a great partnership with our inland port. So let's keep on moving forward. I'm very excited what you've presented to us, and looking forward to the innovative programs that we have into the future. Thank you, Barbara, for your work on this. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out that most of us have been eating both bolillos and pan blanco for years and never knew what the calorie and the breakdown is until today. So thank you, Frankie, for ruining our breakfast from here on out. So thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you all so much, and really appreciate your update.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to item 5. Mayor and council will provide feedback and direction regarding the draft community engagement programming for updating Plan Tucson, the city's general plan. Mr. Manager. Which item do you want to do you want to list? Item 7? Or item 8? Item 7 is the PFAS quarterly update, and item 8 is the, item 8? Okay. Let's see if John can come up here. We have a request to move item 8 to the next item. So, are you ready, John? Yes. Okay. You can wait a little? Yeah, let's do PFAS. So let's do item 7, and then item 8, and then we'll move back to item 5. That's okay, no problem. So let's do item 7. Time has been set aside for the quarterly update on PFAS and for mayor and council to provide direction on the design and construction of a possible treatment facility. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. We can roll through I'll roll through this one. All right. So this is the quarterly PFAS update from Tucson Water. This update covers the primary activities during the time frame of July 1st through September 30th, 2022. At the conclusion of this update, I will be asking for direction on a proposal to move forward with the design and eventual construction of a PFAS treatment facility at the Randolph Golf Complex. But first, as a reminder, Tucson water is safe. We continue to frequently test our water for compounds like PFAS in an effort to remain diligent in the safe quality of the water we serve. During this quarter, Tucson Water tested more than 400 water samples to maintain our understanding of PFAS impacts to the region. Of note, during this quarter, the TARP treatment facility continues to operate and release its discharge to the Santa Cruz River at the Irving Canal Fall. Construction continues for the eventual tie-in with the city's reclaimed water system. With materials and equipment delays, that is expected to be complete in early 2023. Also of significant note, city officials, including the mayor's office, met with EPA Region 9 and ADEQ in July and August to continue to express the city's concerns over the movement of PFAS and groundwater into TARP and Davis-Monthan areas. EPA and ADEQ issued a joint letter to parties in the TARP area in late August asking them to begin efforts to move forward with PFAS mitigation as future regulation is reliably certain. Meetings of stakeholders are actually occurring this week. The Tucson Fire Department also announced this quarter that they have found a replacement for fire suppression foam that is PFAS-free. Chief Ryan and his team are in the process of replacing remaining PFAS-containing foam agents in the TFD supply with new PFAS-free foam. The estimated time for the full inventory replacement is scheduled for later this quarter. On the federal side, on September 21st, Mayor Romero appeared at the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee hearing on the bipartisan infrastructure law and provided detailed information about Tucson's infrastructure projects and priorities, including the importance of PFAS treatment on the impact of groundwater supplies. Both Mayor Romero and Senator Kelly, who serves on the committee, discussed the importance of addressing Tucson's PFAS issues expeditiously in light of drought, climate change, and shortages on the Colorado River. With respect to activities downgradient from Davis-Monthan, ADEQ and the city are interested in pursuing the design and construction of a PFAS treatment facility at the north end of the Randolph Park Golf Complex. This treatment facility would assist in removing PFAS-contaminated groundwater at the leading edge of the plume that is moving into the central well field. Recent work in the last few years by ADEQ has identified this location as a good place to put in a recovery well in an effort to halt that migration. So the ask and discussion on this item from the city team is working cooperatively with ADEQ, and we would like authorization to begin design and construction on a PFAS treatment facility at the northern end of Randolph Park. The project cost is estimated around $7.5 million. Initial funding can be supported from the proceeds related from the recent system conservation efforts on Lake Mead, with the ultimate intent to acquire reimbursement from the other funding sources like grants or direct reimbursement from responsible parties in the area. Madam Mayor, that concludes my quarterly report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. First and most importantly, I just want to begin this item by saying that the Tucson Water customers and ratepayers did not cause PFAS in our water system. We should not be left holding the bag, and the responsible parties have to step up and move their processes much faster in order to be able to help fund the needs that we have to remediate PFAS from our potable water system. I did, as you said, get the opportunity to testify in front of the Environment and Public Works Committee of the Senate. And it was an incredible opportunity to present the facts that we have to live in here in the city of Tucson and for Tucson Water. And our system that we have that is very unlike other systems, right? We store our water in underground in our aquifer, and our aquifer is closed. It doesn't flush out any chemicals, maybe as other, especially East Coast towns and cities and utilities do. And so being able to connect that PFAS is, the plume is moving through our system with no way for us to be able to remediate it unless we pull it out of the ground, clean it, and then deliver it again to our system. The drought is another huge concern that I talked to the Senate committee on. It was great to be able to put 1 + 1 so that they could say it equals 2 at that committee. And I think that we did deliver the message. Unfortunately, the responsible parties have systems in place or processes in place that move extremely slow. And for me to be able to talk to this committee, to talk to our senators, both Sinema and Kelly, and our congressional delegation, and deliver the message that this is an urgent issue, that if we don't do something now, could exponentially cost not just the water utility, but the residents that we deliver this water to, was very important to deliver. So the good thing is that Region 9 Administrator Guzman followed up our meeting, when was it, in June? John? July that we met with there? In July. She followed up with a letter being very, very explicit with the responsible parties to come to the table and act as soon as possible. We knew this time was going to arrive where the city of Tucson had to assume remediating the responsibility of remediating PFAS, even though it wasn't our fault or the fault of our ratepayers that got us here. So I want to make sure that we continue with the pressure campaign of making the responsible parties pay for what they've cost in terms of our water and our water supply, because it is extremely unfair for our ratepayer to catch and have to move immediately on remediating PFAS from our water system. So with that, I just want to make sure that I open up to my colleagues on the council, but I wanted to be I am supportive of this because it is the responsible thing to do for our ratepayers and for Tucsonans, but I do not support the city of Tucson and Tucson Water paying for and carrying this maintenance and operation of this with no deadline and no timeline in the future. We've got to continue pushing on the responsible parties to step up and pay for what they've done. With that, Councilmember Kozachik, and then I'll open up for the rest of my colleagues.
I'll just be real quick. I agree with everything that you said, and with that, I'd move that we support immediately starting the Randolph Park PFAS project. Estimated $7.5 million, but not capping it there, because as the RTA learns, the inflation is real. So let's spend what it takes with the understanding that we're going to recoup those dollars at some point. It's just as we did with the AOP project.
Mm-hmm. So there's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any continued discussion? Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, I was gonna make the motion similar to what we did with the PFAS, the AOP plant. The TCE finally can't let this water issue delay as much. So I agree with Steve Kozachik. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others? Okay. I just want to add as well that Director Cabrera from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has been an incredible partner with the City of Tucson and Tucson Water. We kicked off another pilot remediation plant close to DM. And so I hope that we continue partnering with ADEQ on this particular one. Can you expand on this, John?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is going to be a partnership with ADEQ. It's through ADEQ's monitoring efforts north of Davis-Monthan that identified this location. So we're going to take the lead. If approved, we'll take the lead on design and construction, but ADEQ is going to be a technical advisor with us, and they're already operating with us on these plans for this plan.
Can you expand a little bit in terms of the Randolph location and why there, and then what we plan to do with the remediated water that comes out of there?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the location is actually right on the south side of Broadway, more or less directly across from Chick-fil-A. I forget what hole it is on the Randolph Park Golf Complex, but that location is identified because of where ADEQ identified the end, the front of the plume. So it's coming from Davis-Monthan, it's going north-northwest, and it terminates right at pretty much Broadway Boulevard. So by putting in a well there that can extract somewhere between 300 to 500 gallons per minute, that the concept is that it will stop that plume from going beyond Broadway and deeper into the central well field. Now, the treated water coming from that plant, we are currently working with the Parks Department to be able to use that water for beneficial purposes directly on the Randolph Park Complex and provide that water there.
How are we going to make sure that we have the responsible parties pay for this?
Madam Mayor, Tucson Water, with the City of Tucson, we're going to continue to work with ADEQ and working with the folks over at Davis-Monthan. ADEQ was successful in getting Davis-Monthan to partner on an environmental services agreement for the original pilot plant that's just outside the base. So there is already a relationship between the state and DM. So our next steps is to bring that relationship to this facility over time.
And can we make sure that the project is working in conjunction with any, because on that side, the location is walking path, and then there, of course, there's golf play. Can we make sure that it is something that goes with what we already have and that doesn't become an obstruction to, to play, to people walking in the area, using that space? I know that is more of a visual aesthetic type of request, but we want to make sure that it's not a nuisance to the usage of that space.
Madam Mayor, completely agree with you. We want to make sure that it's outside the field of play for any golf activities and then outside of any of the walking paths along Broadway. But then ultimate aesthetics, we'll try to blend it in to the scenery as best we can.
All righty, so there any other questions, comments, or input from my colleagues? There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion passes. So at the request of Councilmember Cunningham, we're moving on to item 8. Mayor and council will consider the proposed water conservation measures and provide feedback and direction to staff. Mr. Kimmick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This item is essentially in response to the declining conditions we noticed on the Colorado River were continuing to happen in late spring. So we met on June 7th to discuss additional conservation measures to investigate for the City of Tucson. So we'll chat about 5 measures that came up in that meeting, and then staff will be requesting direction on some of those proposed conservation measures in conclusion of this item. So just as a refresher, what we talked about on June 7th, there were 5 items that were brought forward. One was EPA water sense fixtures on all new construction in the Tucson water service area. Other one was irrigation meter requirements for commercial and industrial customers over a specific size. Third was low-impact development requirements for new construction. Fourth was an addition by Ward 3 at the moment, and that was a net zero water approach, or what's now being commonly called net blue approach for future development. And then the last item is sub-metering for new apartment and condominium units. So the staff did use the summer to study each of these items and engage with area stakeholders on their initial thoughts on these this advancement of conservation techniques. And I have Mr. Jay McAdams is here, and he's going to provide a synopsis on each of those measures, and then we can discuss them. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I'm just going to run very briefly through the 5 measures that we evaluated and just try to leave as much time as possible for discussion and questions. So the first one, EPA Water Sense. This is a national program of the federal government to certify water using fixtures, including irrigation fixtures, toilets, faucets, et cetera. And this is something that's maintained by the Environmental Protection Agency. And basically the standard is that EPA water sense fixtures are 20% more efficient than what's generally available on the market. For example, a sort of generally available toilet that you could get at Home Depot would be like 1.6 gallons per flush, whereas an EPA water sense toilet will be 1.28 gallons per flush. And so the recommendation is to proceed with coming up with an implementation strategy to require this in new construction. Of course, this would also include any sort of permitted building activity. So over time, you would begin to capture things like remodels and whatnot. It's negligible cost and it's easy to implement, and the water savings can be significant. We do assume that there's probably a fair amount of saturation in the market in terms of how many people have already invested in these fixtures, considering they are widely available. But that still does not make it, it's still effective in reducing water use, because we know there's still, plenty of the non-water sense fixtures flying off the shelves. Number 2, an irrigation meter requirement for new commercial and multifamily properties. So currently, if depending on the size and type of business that you have, when you're putting in a new business, whether it's a gas station or a development, right now, what often happens is the same water meter will serve the landscape, the outdoor watering, and the indoor water uses, such as the toilets, et cetera. This requirement would be for commercial and industrial facilities of a certain size that they would need to install an irrigation meter. That would separate between outdoor water use and indoor water use. The benefit of this is, one, this would allow us to enforce the commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance better. 2, this would provide us better data on outdoor water use, which is really key in terms of managing our drought response. 3, it's cost effective for developers in that the benefit of having an irrigation meter as opposed to paying all on one meter is that irrigation meters don't have sewer charges. And so there's a reduced cost associated with that. So our recommendation is to proceed with that one. Number 3, a low impact development ordinance. This is essentially a mandate that green stormwater infrastructure would be included in new construction. We already have effectively an ordinance like this in the commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance. This would be expanding that to incorporate residential development in particular. Currently, in the cities and counties' detention and retention standards for stormwater, there is a recommendation for low impact development. This would most likely look like turning that into a requirement and further definition of what that looks like. So while this is not an immediate water savings approach, this is more of a long-term strategy to take advantage of stormwater as a resource, feed the urban forest, and just make our development ready for a hotter and drier future. So our recommendation is to proceed with developing an implementation strategy. In particular, we think this one will take a longer time period, more stakeholder involvement, because it is such a wide-ranging ordinance, and it's very different than the standard practice that's out there now. Very briefly, two other ones, the net zero water, as was proposed by Councilmember Dahl. This is a very promising approach, an overall approach that basically would be instituting a requirement that new development in the city does not add to our overall water consumption. That is the sort of easy part. What is more complex is how to implement that. How do individual businesses and residences achieve that? Do they contribute to offsets with existing properties? How do you manage that over time? So in our evaluation and our discussion, we found that two professors, Dr. Courtney Crossan and really sadly and unfortunately, Dr. Thomas Meixner, who of course just passed, are the principal investigators on a University of Arizona study which involves several other cities on the net zero concept. And we have been invited to participate in that process with them, including our first meeting in Los Angeles in February to learn more about what other cities are doing, the net zero concept more broadly. So our recommendation is asking for some more time, another 6 months for study, get some early lessons from that process with the University of Arizona, and talk to stakeholders in the community. Finally, a sub-metering requirement for townhomes and condos. So currently, depending on the type of development, most multifamily development in the city can be on one master meter. If you've got 100 units, there's just one water bill, the owner of the building is paying for that, and then each unit is paying the owner. And what we looked at is the requirement, a potential requirement that each unit would have its own private sub-meter. And the potential benefits of this would be each resident being able to monitor and see their own water use, a greater granularity for the property owner to catch leaks more quickly and to manage water use over time. And depending on whether or not that was used for billing by the property owner, that could pass on to customers and residents a way to be able to control the cost and water use. This one we are not recommending to go forward with. A couple of reasons. One, it significantly adds to the cost and complexity of new multifamily development. Two, the water savings are modest compared to the expense and the complexity. Three, currently the city and Tucson Water does not have a process or a way of managing or tracking or enforcing anything related to private water meters. And so really anything on the customer side of the city of Tucson water meter is not something that we've been in the business of regulating and engaging with. And so that would be the development of an entirely new regulatory infrastructure. So our recommendation for that one is to table that for the time being. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Keek.
Okay. Thank you, James. Yeah, so in summary, the staff recommendations of the 5 items that James just talked about is to move forward with the implementation planning process on 3 of the measures: the EPA water sense, the irrigation meters for commercial multifamily, and the low impact development ordinance. Staff would also like to have an additional 6 months for study of the net zero concept and working with the U of A as our partner on that research item. And then lastly, like James mentioned, tabling the sub-metering for new apartments and condominiums. With that,
Thank you, John. Councilmember Cunningham.
So there's a few things. One of the things that I think came up is block rates for businesses. And we've been talking, it's kind of swirling around. This was kind of the aim, was taking a look at that idea on how we've been successful on the residential side and on conservation level and apply it to the commercial side. Now, there are some things to consider, and that's kind of where we're stuck right now. And the thing is that the idea of having block rates to encourage conservation on the business side is actually a good idea. The problem is that what do you do for a hospital? I don't want a hospital thinking about, oh, gee whiz, we need more water to save this patient, but what's it going to go? I don't want to rise healthcare costs. I don't want our parks department feeling a squeeze to make our grass nice. So there's like pieces to that make it a little more complex. So when we talk about the block rates, I think that's something we can do over the next 2 or 3 years as a discussion and kind of keep it open. But the bottom line is that if we're going to hold our residents to that block rate standard and say, hey, we're going to encourage you to conserve or it's going to cost you more, we should be doing it on the commercial side too. No one's coming in here and going, oh yeah, we're going to go put all these businesses at risk or public works at risk just because we're raising block rates. We're trying to look at, so it'll be a little bit complicated, but look, it's 2022. Everybody's got a smartphone. There'll be an app to figure it out. The bottom line is that ultimately we want to be able to encourage that conservation on both sides. So this is a great start. I want to make sure that the stakeholder groups are implemented, and I really want to have that conversation, that true conversation about, all right, what about the conservation side block rates for commercial? Because I think that's where I think we're missing an opportunity there, especially when I think it's 6% of our accounts and 22% of our water usage, something like that. So I think we've got some opportunity there. So those are the pieces that I'm seeing. I'm all over the recommendations it has given. I know that my colleague, Councilmember Dahl, has some thoughts on this, and I know he's got some stuff that he's probably the leader on this council right now in trying to understand how aggressive we are in this conservation piece. And I think we should definitely be doing it. I think there's a process, and I think we can go forward from there. So that's my input for today.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and good thoughts, Paul. And that'll be, of course, when we talk about water rates later this evening. I support the recommendations from staff, these 3 conservation measures, and they should be implemented immediately. If there's some complexity with the low-income development ordinance, certainly it should be done within a year. We also got a letter from CWAC recommending something about turf. Madam Mayor, what's your pleasure? Should I put it all in one motion, or should I move the recommendations first and then come back and do a motion about the turf?
Councilmember Dahl, I think just to keep it simple, move the recommendations by Tucson Water so that it can be implemented immediately, which are the 3 ones, the 3 recommendations. And I know that
makes sense.
I know that you have additional input, so let's do them in 2 motions, just to keep it as simple as possible.
Great. Let's. I move to accept the city manager's recommendations with 3 conservation measures and coming back in 6 months with more information about a potential net zero water conservation measure.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go ahead, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks again, Paul, for putting me on a pedestal about water. I'm very concerned about water, but I'm not an expert, and I think there are people who may even have a better grasp than me on the city council. I think together we'll come up with some good solutions, but we're in a crisis, drought, the Colorado River. 2 weeks ago, Congressman Grijalva asked the Secretary of Interior to step in because the states are not being able to negotiate changes in the law of the river. So we have to be prepared for what's coming. And the sooner we do it, the better. I think we have an opportunity too, and it's been done in other jurisdictions. We can no longer afford ornamental green grass that's not functional. If it has a function, great. So I would like to, I move to direct the staff to come back in 90 days with ordinance language banning non-functional and ornamental turf in all new residential and commercial development, and a plan to phase out non-functional turf in existing development through restrictions and incentives. The low-hanging fruit is let's not allow it in the future. We'll need a plan for how to reduce what's already existing. And so I think that motion sums it up.
Councilmember Dahl, just to clarify, you said banning ornamental turf and turf removal incentives to those that are already there?
Yeah, to ban non-functional and ornamental turf in all new residential and commercial development, and then also come back with a plan to phase out non-functional turf in existing development through restrictions and incentives. So it's not right away. We need to think how we can best do that, and I think incentives should be part of the package.
Alrighty, so there's a motion on the floor. I do see Mr. Avery wanting to add something. Go ahead, Chris.
So, Mayor Romero, Councilmember Dahl, members of the Mayor and Council, this is a timely motion. I'd like to offer some advice about it just really quickly, and then maybe we can move forward.
Okay.
We've been working with the mayor's office because many of the municipal and industrial water users throughout the Colorado River watershed have recently signed onto or in the process of signing onto a memorandum declaring common intentions toward increasing conservation in Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Denver, Salt Lake, Central Arizona Project, Phoenix area cities are considering the motion as we speak, and we've gone to the mayor's office with authorization to proceed on behalf of the city. One of the components of that proposal is a recognition on the part of all of these cities in the Colorado River watershed that we need to look at non-functioning turf while retaining the green landscapes and characters of our cities and enabling public recreation and those kinds of things that are important. So one of the earlier versions of the memorandum that circulated were a little more draconian about the definitions of turf, and the later versions that have circulated have a more expansive definition of non-functional turf and a recognition of the importance of public places, et cetera. So I would submit that in the next few months, there will be a lot of discussion amongst a lot of cities in the Colorado River Basin about turf, and we would benefit from participating in that discussion and then coming back to Mayor and Council with some recommendations about how we define non-functional turf and how we also preserve public spaces and functional turf, if you will, both in public places and private places. So that's just my advice, that we consider going along with and being part of this effort that is a mainstream effort across the Colorado River watershed on behalf of many of the major water users, and that we stay consistent with that as we move forward. And that's all.
Councilmember?
Kevin, I was inclined to second your motion because I wanted to kind of get this ball rolling. Based on what Mr. Avery's saying, I'm actually appealing to you. I think we should probably let that discussion with these other cities start first and then come back and take a look at what our turf ordinance is going to be. And besides, running the ban today is before we talk to some of our stakeholders, I think might be like jumping the gun, especially if these other communities are going to be talking about it. What do you think?
If I may,
I'm not
Councilmember,
asking.
If I may, council member, I think we could do yes and. I think we could do the motion and then add into the motion the language that we will work with the stakeholders and other cities to help define non-functional turf. Is that good? Is that a good hybrid motion, Chris?
Members of the mayor and council, Mayor Romero, Councilmembers Cunningham and Dahl, yes, one of the concerns that we have is this non-functional turf is one of those things like pornography where we all know it when we see it, but we all have a different definition of what it is, right? Yeah. And I think we have to be careful in getting a good definition of non-functional turf and also being able to balance against these public recreation and other incentives that cities across the West are also recognizing are important.
Yeah.
So, well,
I
that's
think
the
we
key,
can work
think,
in
is trying
parallel, to be honest.
Yeah.
For the record, I want to second the motion.
Okay, so
then let's
there's
go- let's start
before
with
we
that.
second the motion, Councilmember Dahl, you feel comfortable with working in parallel on this definition of non-functional turf, and then start instituting what we'd like here in the city of Tucson?
Yeah, I'd be glad to put that in the motion, but I don't think it needs to be in the motion. The staff has 90 days to work with the jurisdictions and figure out this definition. And just asking for them to come back with ordinance language. We don't have to accept it then. This is not asking for a ban. This is asking staff to get working on it. When one of my colleagues asked about this item, a response from staff was, we haven't been directed to work on it. So the response wasn't, hey, we're working on it with these other jurisdictions. So there's some, failure to communicate here. I think it's important for mayor and council to direct the staff to start working on these measures and come back to us with some possibilities and a recommendation and analysis, which we can, take into consideration and delay at that point if we need to, if there's ongoing discussions. But it's a crisis, and the sooner we do this, the better. So I would like to keep the language as is, but I'd be glad to add something if someone wants to suggest it.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing that Kevin just said, is that I don't believe that what Chris said is inconsistent with the spirit of the motion. He said, let's study it for 90 days and bring something back to us. And that might be in 90 days that, hey, that here's something that Sacramento is doing that you haven't considered. So cool. I don't think it goes far enough, frankly, and I agree with Kevin. This is it's a new reality that we're living in, and James mentioned it's the climate, it's the heat, it's the whole impact. We all know what's happening with Bureau of Reclamation, the Interior Department, the demands that they've put on the 7 basin states. They essentially yesterday kicked the can down the road a bit by offering cash to buy out what is probably going to wind up being California agriculture to get them to the table. I think that does not preclude us from doing things locally on a conservation level. Some of the things that I asked CWAC to look at that they did not address, that I would like us to address, are captured within, some of it's captured within Kevin's motion. No front yard lawns, capping the size of backyard lawns, but they've also implemented restrictions on when you can water outdoors, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Don't turn your sprinklers on when it's 110 degrees out. If you're draining your pool, drain it into a manhole, drain it in the sewer system, so that we're actually getting some credit for it, and it's not just running down the street. Encouraging people to use commercial car washes where the water does go into the sewer system, and as opposed to standing out in your driveway and watering your car at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this is going to maybe piss off some of our folks, but I think we need to up our game as well. When we exercise fire hydrants, we just turn them on and let them go. When we exercise new water wells, we turn them on and let them go. And I can't tell you how many times I get calls from residents saying, look, you're telling us to conserve water, and you guys are making a lake out of the street. It happens routinely, and I know we can't roll a water truck up and capture all the water that's coming out of those valves, but we can certainly do some leading by example and divert some of that water into the sewer system or divert it into green stormwater infrastructure that's in the area. So I think that we need to be a part of the conversation as well in terms of how we operate, do our own operations in terms of our own water maintenance and out in city streets, and people see it all the time, and it's pretty evident that we're not kind of walking the talk.
Yeah. I just wanted to call Chris back because I want to make sure that we're all feeling comfortable. I'm feeling absolutely comfortable with Councilmember Dahl's motion. I just want to make sure that we, that we add, if we need to add some language in there that will give us a valve, a little opening valve, or that will give us flexibility.
Mayor Romero, members of the council, I think we're consistent. I think there's an understanding here about what we're being asked to do.
Okay.
And that we'll work with other cities to be consistent and come back with some recommendations. I think that works.
Right, and that we just keep our process moving in terms of ordinances and all that.
Yep.
While we figure out the language of other cities.
Yep.
Excellent.
And one of the things, obviously, we have less turf than a lot of other cities in the West to start with, and so we've got to
Yes.
keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, no, we lead on this. So Councilmember Dahl, we're all good. You have your motion on the floor. Councilmember Cunningham, you still want a second?
Absolutely.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kozachik.
Just if Kevin and Paul would agree to adding some of those other elements into what's being analyzed by staff and not just limited to turf size.
I think all options are on the table. Like I said, when I opened the discussion about the block rates, I was trying to say, we're trying to look at every single possible avenue we can. I guess the real question is for the clerk, is that captured in the spirit of what we're talking about, considering we're trying to incorporate Mr. Avery's comments with the motion and what was said after when Steve was bringing up some of the other things we can do. I'm sure that as this discussion comes forward with this ordinance language and stakeholders are talked to, other suggestions are going to come up.
Mr. Rankin, do you want to add something?
Mayor, members of the council, I was just going to add that the motion is really with direction to what would be in an ordinance on that issue. Some of the things that Councilmember Kozachik was raising are more internal practices and policies of the different departments, so probably wouldn't necessarily need to be in an ordinance, but they can certainly be part of the direction to the manager and staff as other options to look at to add to the conservation portfolio, if you will.
The exercising fire hydrants and water valves are internal, but things such as when you water your car, where you water your car, the issue about draining pools, those are ordinance-related issues.
I would say, could we put language on the motion that says, and consider continuing to
Or we can
add
just do
other
a second
conservation
motion.
measures?
I mean, we can make another motion, right?
Yeah, you can do it either way. If you can add it to the motion in terms of direction, or you could do a separate motion, since the first motion's really about the turf issue. It's up to the council how you want to do it.
Your Honor, I'm going to call the question the vote on the turf issue, and then we can do it cleaner and do a second motion right now.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Vice Mayor?
Well, I don't know if it's specific to the motion, but I just know as we're exploring net zero and we're working with the U of A and we're in the middle of a housing crisis, I know that they're researching like the idea of higher density housing leads to lower water use. And so I want that somehow we tie that in, if that increasing density can help us with water conservation as part of the discussion.
So as this question is for John and your team, as we further study the net zero for new buildings, basically to make sure that we're adding density and net zero. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think as part of the research that's going to be done on the net zero with U of A is going to be housing size or size of lots. So we'll make sure to.
And density.
Yeah, we'll make sure that there's some aspect of density addressed in that if we can. Yeah.
Anything else? Alrighty.
Yeah, a friendly amendment, because we don't need two motions. to have staff also include in this an analysis of the Las Vegas ordinance with respect to conservation measures.
Okay.
Does that
That's
cover
simple.
the, does that cover the two things?
All that stuff.
Kevin, you good with that? I am.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That seems very clean. All right.
All right, call the question.
So there's a motion with an amendment, a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation, John.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody have fun. Alrighty, we move on to item number 5. Mayor and council will provide feedback and direction regarding the draft community engagement program for updating Plan Tucson, the city's general plan. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, members of the council, this is an opportunity to update you on our Plan Tucson effort. We are looking for the opportunity to bring back a resolution at the next meeting or at a future meeting on the engagement effort, and really kickstarting this. Wanted to make sure that you're well-versed on what we're up to. So with that, I'll turn it over to Corin. Corin, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'm Corinne Manning, Planning Administrator at Planning and Development Services, and I also have Jasmine Chan with me, who is Project Manager for the Plan Tucson update. And we would like to present an update on the status of the general plan update and specifically focus on the community engagement program. A draft community engagement program was provided in your materials. That has been developed by staff, and we are here to seek feedback and input. And as the city manager mentioned, that would be adopted by mayor and council formally on a future date. We do have some there we go. So today we'll give a little bit of background on the general plan, the timeline and overall approach to the update, and talk a little bit about how we are approaching that update in terms of building off of other citywide plans such as the Climate Action Plan, Housing Affordability Study, and others, and then really discuss the community engagement program in more detail. So next slide. You can just skip forward to the next. So many of you are very familiar with the general plan, and we're even very involved in the development of our current general plan, Plan Tucson. The general plan is a citywide policy document, and the goal of this document is to outline a shared vision for the future of Tucson and our community. To do this, we'll be bringing together members of our community with diverse experiences and expertise, and our goal is to really look at our current conditions and needs as a community and use some of the existing analysis and reports that we've been working on as a community that document those needs and look at those and develop strategies and goals on how to achieve some of our aspirations as a community. So the plan is made up of goals, policies to achieve our aspirations as a community, and a key component is a growth scenario and growth map for our community. It is meant to be a plan to guide the physical development of our community in terms of infrastructure needs, as well as private development. It guides city investments, programs, rezoning, land use, and development for the next 10 years and beyond, because it really does set up development for much longer than just the 10-year horizon. And it is required by state statute. Next slide. So our current general plan is Plan Tucson. It is our general and sustainability plan. This was initiated in 2011 by Mayor and Council, and it was ratified by our voters on November 5th, 2013. And this plan lays out a vision for how to work towards a thriving, sustainable Tucson through goals and policies. There are 4 focus areas of Plan Tucson. Those are the social environment, economic environment, built environment, and natural environment. And it contains both elements that are required by state law, and it also goes beyond the state requirements. So there's a number of areas that the Arizona statutes lay out as requirements. And then this also includes components that were really driven by local goals and priorities that we heard from Tucson residents. It's also informed by development patterns, our existing zoning, neighborhood and area plans, and other planning efforts that were active at the time. Developing this plan involves 64 public meetings, 5 public hearings with Planning Commission, a public hearing with Mayor and Council, and then finally a special election. Next slide. So I mentioned that the general plan is required per state law. This is established in the Arizona statutes, the scope of a general plan, so what it needs to include. And then the state statutes also lay out requirements for the process of adopting a general plan. And one of the first steps is that the local governing body must adopt written procedures for effective, early, and continuous public participation in developing this general plan. Because this plan is so broad and touches so many different aspects of our community, it's really important, and this statute recognizes the importance of laying out a specific framework so that community members know how to be involved in the process and have their voice heard throughout the process. So that is what we have drafted, and that's what we're here to share today, is more on that plan for continuous public engagement. And so I'm going to ask Jasmine to walk us through that.
Sure. Thank you, Corin. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm excited to share with you the following information related to the 2025 General Plan update and the draft community engagement program. If we could advance to the next slide. So the 2025 General Plan update is informed by many plans that come before, from Plan Tucson, adopted in 2013, to today, where we have Move Tucson, the People, Communities, Homes Investment Plan, and the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy already in place, and then currently active and what we're working towards. Tucson Resilient Together, One Water 2100, and other plans that we've got active and recently adopted as well. We're looking forward to knitting all of these plans and strategies together with feedback that we've received through those processes, as well as for the general plan update, into what will become the 2025 general plan update. Next slide. So using all of this information that we have gathered through other staff efforts, the timeline for this update was developed. As you can see here, there's an overview that brings us through to November 2025 for that voter ratification. And currently, we are in the second column, the yellow column there, Develop Community Engagement Program. And next slide, I'm going to spend the rest of my presentation discussing this draft community engagement program. Next slide, please. So starting off, we have 5 guiding principles that really informs how staff will approach this engagement effort. So setting expectations not only we have for ourselves, but making clear what members of our community can expect of us. These 5 guiding principles are: everyone is welcome, center equity, build up and collaborate, foster authentic participation, and prioritize safety and accessibility for participants. All of this recognizing that we are building on top of existing information and expertise that has been shared, time that has been shared with us. So really making sure that any time that people are able to make available to us for this effort is used wisely and well. Next slide. For this engagement program, we have developed 4 phases. The first phase starts in January and goes until June. This is called the Listen, Discover, and Reflect phase. The key questions here are: what are your vision or visions for Tucson's future? How are recent plans and actions impacting you? And the outcomes here are community priorities, as well as organization of recent plans into the update. Phase 2 goes from July 2023 to June of 2024. This is called Define and Plan Our Future. Our key questions here are what major issues may affect community goals and priorities? How and where should the city grow and change? Our outcomes here are the preliminary draft of the general plan update, and this draft is intended to support all of those community priorities that we have heard and been hearing. Phase 3 is July 2024 to February of 2025. Please note that that timeframe has changed from the draft that was provided in the materials based off of feedback we have received in the past week. So this phase 3 is review and refine. The key questions here are, do the goals and policies align with other recent plans, investments, and city initiatives? And our outcome here is the update, the general plan update approved by Planning Commission and Mayor and Council and ready for going to the vote. Phase 4 goes from March 2025 to November 2025. This is the inform and educate phase. The key questions here are, what questions do our community members have about the plan, how it will be used if it's ratified, and how it will affect individuals. So it's more of a public information, voter information part of our outreach. And our outcome here is awareness of the general plan purpose and voter ratification of the update. Next slide. So here we have a list of different engagement methods that have been used by other departments as well as Planning and Development Services Department throughout the past, I would say like 5 to 7 years. All of these are really exciting techniques for not only helping to bring community members to us, but also bringing us out into community. So these methods kind of span the digital and physical outreach, has large city-hosted events, has pop-up events for us to meet people where they're at and where they are most comfortable with providing us feedback. Next slide. And we have several engagement indicators that we've developed to be transparent about what we're going to be looking at to make sure that our outreach is reaching those who need to participate, should participate. So we're going to be looking at geographic spread, geographic location of where we're getting feedback or commentary from, as well as demographics, so that then we can adjust during each of our phases how we are reaching out to members of our community. And that is the last slide that I had. We welcome any comments, questions, feedback on this draft program. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Corin and Jackie. Really great presentation. I'm so excited about you all leading this effort. I appreciate the emphasis on creating a welcoming process that centers equity and authentic participation, and that prioritizes safety and accessibility. I hope that by naming these guiding principles, we can make sure that it is a truly an inclusive process for all of our community, including youth, that we're planning for. And so looking forward to that engagement process and putting it all together. I really, really like that we are using all of the work that we've done so far with all of the other plans and trying to incorporate all of that feedback and community engagement that has happened before. It will save us time and money to be able to take those goals and infuse them into our general plan. With that, do my colleagues on the council, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job with the plan, the presentation, everything was very thorough. And Mayor, I can just kind of get us kicked off. I know that this plan has to be adopted through resolution, so I just throw out a motion to direct staff to bring this back on the meeting on November 14th for consideration of the adoption of the plan.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor?
For the community engagement process, beyond, translating materials, who are we thinking through, like, community partners that, reflect the diverse community that we have and have built trust with? With some of these other processes, are we thinking of engaging? And then how are we designing engagement opportunities that allow communities to not only get involved with this effort, but to also gain skills that help them work or within, government in the future. And I'm thinking about facilitating some of these smaller groups and getting them trained up, and also thinking about working for the city.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Mayor, we thank you for that question. We are definitely already talking about potential partnerships to build on, including partnerships that have been fostered through the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. How can we build on some of those community partnerships and other plans and efforts that are underway in the city? We want to really build on those efforts and work with the departments and organizations that have the strongest ties to those community organizations. So we've talked about a few ways they can be involved through working groups, but also community ambassador programs where we're setting up relationships with groups that can help be an ambassador to communities that they're very involved in, and help us hear from groups we might not otherwise or might not hear in the same way from. So that's going to be a component of the outreach. In terms of engagement and having folks gain skills, I love that as this being a pathway to employment with the city. That would be fantastic if this was someone's gateway. And we have talked about our plan is to have some working groups that will really be kind of some of the folks who are really committed to this process and are going to be involved throughout the life of the planning process and be kind of co-creating the plan with us, helping develop strategies and goals. And we would like to also use those folks, those core members and community members who have stepped up and really gotten involved to help us facilitate sessions with the larger public. So we absolutely would like to co-lead some of the outreach with community members.
I too was interested in how we would bring in the hard to get the information from with the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. We've used the ambassador model, but also it's incredible how going to groups that already exist and taking the information to them in Spanish and making sure that there's childcare for them and paid childcare, and breaking bread is something that's very that brings communities together. Feeding them, making sure that we have all those options to engage the hard to reach community is really important. So for me, I want to make sure that we have the technology to reach people as much as we possibly can, including text alerts or different groups in the community. One of the questions that I have, what is the role of the Office of Equity? How are we involving our equity officer in how we engage and what are the questions that we ask? And I know that we have it in our guiding principles, but how do we keep that, the Office of Equity engaged and paying attention to making sure that our processes are equitable?
Mayor and members of the council, that's a great question. And I want to mention that our equity officer, Louise Walker, has reviewed the plan, and she provided some very helpful feedback and guidance when this was in early stages. We definitely would like to include that office frequently and have them be a partner on this effort. We'll be working very closely with many city departments, and the Office of Equity will be a key partner there. Jasmine mentioned some of the indicators we have in mind for how we will be monitoring and kind of assessing, are we reaching all the different aspects of our community throughout this process? And that's something that we will be doing on a regular basis, and also consulting with the Office of Equity in terms of if there's ways that we can collect more information or further assess and analyze who we're reaching and how we can pivot and other strategies that we can use to reach folks that might be harder to reach.
Any other comments or questions from our colleagues? Alrighty, hearing none, there's a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much, Cora and Jackie, for your presentation. Did you need any other direction? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to item 9. Councilmember Kozachik has requested a discussion on the initiation process of the Broadmoor Neighborhood Area Plan Amendment process. Councilmember.
It'll be real quick. Yeah, the Broadway neighbors have invested considerable amount of time in putting a draft together. We've had city staff working with them. But in order for them to really move it forward now, we have to formally initiate the process at this table. So that's all I'm doing, is asking that we formally initiate the process so they can begin a more robust outreach throughout the neighborhood. They'll continue working with staff and have a final product before they bring it back for our final adoption.
And you have a motion?
Just that we formally initiate the process.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 10. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion? Andrew Greenhill is at the table. Andrew, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I responded in writing to questions from a number of you, including Councilmember Fimbres. I sent those out to Mayor and Council yesterday. Those include updates on things like the Postal Service, PFAS, Federal Infrastructure Bank, the U.S. Supreme Court, the state education expenditure limitation, and even some questions about some items on the City of Flagstaff ballot this year having to do with housing. So I'm happy to answer any questions about any of those items. 3 quick items for Mayor and Council for now. First, I know some of you have expressed interest in the student loan forgiveness program. There are some updates on that. In particular, I do want to mention that a new website has been established by the federal government. It's studentaid.gov, so studentaid.gov. And that's where people can apply for their student loan forgiveness, as well as get more information about other forgiveness programs, including the public service loan forgiveness piece of that. Second, I also, as I've done before, I want to give updates regarding dates and deadlines related to the elections. This is the last council meeting before the November 8th general election. And so with that, I just want to make sure that Mayor and Council and anybody watching knows early ballots have gone out. The deadline to request an early ballot is October 28th. The county recorder has asked that any vote-by-mail ballots be returned by November 1st. And then, of course, Election Day is November 8th. Anyone who wants more information can go to recorder.pima.gov. And you can also sign up for text alerts to track your ballot. You can go to that website /ballot info for that service if you're interested in it. And then the county recorder's office for any questions is 520-724-4330. And then finally, Mayor, this actually dovetails well with some of the comments earlier about the EV infrastructure plan and what Director De La Torre talked about with Mayor and Council earlier. It turns out that tomorrow in Tucson, ADOT is doing an open house, a meeting on the state's EV implementation plan. That'll be tomorrow, October 19th, 5 to 7 p.m. It's actually going to be at the Ramada on West Cushing Street, so not too far from where we are. It'll have information about how the state is planning to implement their piece of the plan, as well as they're able to take public input. And then just to fill in some of the information from earlier, in the bipartisan infrastructure law, there is about $5 billion to be allocated to the states. Arizona will get about $76.5 million over 5 years to implement their plan. And right now, most of the focus for either adding charging stations or putting better charging stations where there might be some already is on most of the interstates in and around Arizona, including here in the Tucson area. But at that point, once they implement that, they are interested in perhaps expanding to other highways throughout the state. So again, for anyone interested, they'll be here in Tucson tomorrow from 5 to 7 p.m. I believe the The Ramada's address is 777 West Cushing Street, right here, right near downtown Tucson. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, Mr. Manager, I think we have to make sure that we have good representation from Department of Transportation and Mobility and Environmental Services and General Services to make sure that Tucson gets its fair share from the state in terms of our EV infrastructure. Councilwoman Lee?
Mayor, for anyone paying attention, to your point about the student loan forgiveness, there will definitely be slimy people out there trying to take advantage and distract people from the correct link for the student loan forgiveness site. So I just want folks to be careful of emails that come in. And Andrew, could you repeat that link and encourage people to go directly to that, not like links that come in emails that may take you somewhere else? Because there's going to be slimy people doing that out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Lee, the website, and this is directly from the White House, it is studentaid.gov. So studentaid.gov. That is the official website. And again, you can get information there. You can access the online application and again, get more information. And again, happy to answer further questions about that. And yeah, I believe keeping an eye out for folks who may try to take advantage of those who are trying to access those programs is always very important to do.
Yeah, thank you so much for noting that, Councilwoman Lee. Really appreciate it. Any other questions or comments for Andrew? Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate your update.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? I do. I would like to remove item K, which is the American Rescue Plan State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funding, reallocation of funds to affordable housing, and investing in our housing community. To consider separately. Any others? Okay, hearing none, we move on to item 12. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Councilwoman Lee.
Mayor, I'll be sending out a digital memo here soon. I would like to put in a request for an item for November 14th to revisit our SkillBridge participation at the 1-year mark. So I'm really excited to bring that conversation forward. So look in your inboxes for that memo coming to you soon.
Excellent. And we will have a packed November 14th agenda, only because we're having one meeting in November because of Thanksgiving and the election. We had to consolidate everything into one meeting. So we're going to bring our comfy pants and have lunch here, maybe even breakfast. And do lots of work on the 14th. So thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. Without any additional input from our colleagues, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at 5:30 p.m. The next study session will be Monday, November 14th of 2022. Thank you so much. Good work, everyone. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham.
Absent excused.
Mr. Dahl.
Here?
Mr. Hill.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres. I think he's on yet.
He'll be with us later. I think he's having technical difficulties.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Chair Romero.
Here. Let's see, item 2.
Public Housing Authority, City of Tucson Public Housing Authority Language Assistance Plan.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 10, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-009 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-009 relating to housing and community development, approving the language assistance plan as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and setting an effective date.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2022-009.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mrs. Lee. Aye. Don't see Mr. Fimbres. Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-009 passes by a vote of 5-0. 6-0. Item 3.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 11, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the September 27th, 2022 report?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Sorry, that's okay. Mick Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham.
Absent excused.
Mr. Dahl.
Here?
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
He will be joining us at a later time when he can connect.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Randy Reynolds from Community Renewal. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, we pray your blessing on this city. We ask your favor on all those desiring to live here and those who do live here. I petition you to grant your wisdom and grace and truth that will help the mayor and city council to solve the problems of our city. Thank you, Lord, that you're concerned, that you have compassion and love for everyone that's here. Lord, we know that you alone are the God who is in heaven. You are the creator, the ruler of the kingdoms of earth. You told the Jewish people they could come to you when faced with calamity such as war, disease, and we ask, Lord, that you would grant our city unity and peace as you have.
The surface?
We're on, but I can't.
Okay,
It's over there.
okay.
And I ask that you would strengthen our leaders to bring peace and unity to Tucson. And we thank you for what you've given us so far, and we ask that you continue to be gracious and merciful and bring your blessing upon us. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Reynolds, for gracing us with your presence. We really appreciate your words. All righty, we move on to item 2C.
Proclamations.
I would like to proclaim October 20th, 2022 to be Imagine a Day Without Water
Yeah.
Day. John Kimmick from our Tucson Water Director is here to accept the proclamation. And then after that, we will proclaim the month of October 2022 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Sharonda Jordan, Vice President of Organizational Development, is here to accept the proclamation from Emerge. So we start with John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This proclamation is for Imagine a Day Without Water. Whereas the City of Tucson recognizes the National Imagine a Day Without Water campaign as critical to highlighting the importance of access to safe, clean, reliable, high-quality water through sound planning and investment in our resources and infrastructure to bring water to the Tucson community. And whereas the City of Tucson water staff of over 500 who manage 10 water systems, 4,640 miles of potable water pipe, 194 miles of reclaimed water system pipe, wheel water to 6 surrounding communities, and support multiple groundwater recharge facilities, work diligently to maintain infrastructure and provide high-quality water services for nearly 750,000 people. And whereas Tucson Water's commitment to protecting the health of our customers begins with a conservative approach to water quality management by meeting and exceeding all applicable regulations. And whereas a reliable water supply is fundamental to maintaining Tucson's economy and overall quality of life, Tucson Water supply planning is geared towards ensuring the adverse effects of sustained water shortages are limited as possible. Specifically, supply must be resilient to the impacts of systemic climate change and must include diversity of water resources. And whereas water originates from the natural environment and there are environmental water needs, including supporting natural vegetation and animal habitat. Tucson Water's environmental commitment has influenced its reduction of groundwater pumping near sensitive riparian habitats and the creation of multiple benefit groundwater recharge facilities. And whereas managing water resources and infrastructure responsibly is critical to the economic, physical, and recreational health of all communities across the nation for generations to come, and whereas being innovative and collaborative about water conservation and water reuse can establish a paradigm of water management in the United States that will drive community water reliability and resilience.
That's really cool that you took care of the whereases. So now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 20th, 2022 as Imagine a Day Without Water, and take this opportunity to communicate the value of water, supporting the campaign for Imagine a Day Without Water, which promotes water as essential to the quality of life and economic competitiveness. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 18th day of October 2022. Congratulations and thank you for all the work that you do. Did you want to add something else, John?
Sure, just
Sure.
a little bit. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for this opportunity. Yeah, this is a national campaign, Imagine a Day Without Water. The city of Tucson's been involved with the U.S. Water Alliance for several years now. In 2021, we were actually recognized as the National Public Utility of the Year. Unfortunately, it was during the pandemic, so we had to celebrate it virtually. But just thinking about water infrastructure, proper planning, and proper investment, and the success that the Tucson community has had over the decades in doing that. Unfortunately, there are communities across this country that have not been as successful, and imagining a day without water is all too common in other communities. That's a challenge. People have a hard time living in a house for 24 hours without water compared to some other utilities. But we're very thankful and grateful that we have a great community and we have a great utility and a great mayor and council that supports our utility moving forward. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. And here's your proclamation. Thank you. Yes. Tucson Water is a leader in the nation on water conservation, and we celebrate that with you, John. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And I will read the proclamation on Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I don't know if there's someone here to receive the proclamation on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor. Whereas domestic violence occurs in epidemic proportions across the United States, affecting an estimated 6.1 million people each year. And whereas the Tucson Police Department and the Pima County Sheriff's Department responded to 15,560 domestic violence calls in the last year alone. And whereas domestic abuse causes untold trauma to children and adults in our community and harms families physically, emotionally, and economically. And whereas October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month across the United States, as signified by the wearing of color purple to remind people that we must halt this dangerous and deadly epidemic. And whereas Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, the City of Tucson, and other partners are committed to a comprehensive response to end domestic violence in our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month in honor of the Paint Purple campaign. I encourage all Tucson residents to wear purple clothing or a purple ribbon on October 20th to stand in solidarity with domestic abuse victims and to support the end of the epidemic of domestic violence. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this first day of October, or this 18th day of October 2022. Thank you all so much. And we will give this to Emerge pretty soon. Thank you. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 294 dated October 18th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any appointments to be made at this time? Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 286 dated October 18th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community and not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? All righty, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, for the first time ever, Cyclovia will take place in Ward 3. We are so excited that it will highlight some of our neighborhoods as folks enjoy this family-friendly bicycle and pedestrian-free event. Thanks to our partners, Thrive in the 05, Pima College, Pasquayaki, Living Streets Alliance, and also the many sponsors that are helping out. So I encourage my colleagues and the public to come join us on Sunday, October 5th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Costumes are encouraged. I'll be wearing one. You can look for me at the Ward 3 table at one of the hubs. Hope to see you then. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't know if Councilmember Figueres is here, but any over here on the dais? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this Saturday, October 27, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., the public is invited to join Barrio Kroger Lane Neighborhood Association for their Days of Caring event. We'll start at the Favor Celestial Community Garden at 938 South Verdugo Avenue with snacks, planting a workshop on why and how to build rain gardens by Watershed Management. Our Barrio Story Collection Circle, followed by TPD Gain, ending with the neighborhood cleanup. We're also excited to invite folks to our first Halloween Boo Bash at the Ward 1 office. You can stop by with your kids on Thursday, October 27th, between 4 to 7 after school for candy, pumpkin painting, and scary story time, and a costume contest for the little ones. So you can follow our Instagram for more information at TUC Ward 1 or call us at 791-4040 for more information. To keep the fall vibes going, you can dress up or decorate your bike to join Fuga's last Friday of the ride, Bicicleteada on the south side on October 29th, starting at 6 p.m. We meet at the parking lot of the El Pueblo Center, located at 101 West Irvington Road. You can follow at Fuga Tucson on Instagram for more information. And then on Saturday morning, October 29th, from 8:30 to 10:30, you can join us for a cleanup in Barrio Sobaco, El Rio Acres, and let us know if you'd like to volunteer by reaching out to us on social media, calling our office, or emailing staff at ward1@tucsonaz.gov. Lastly, Ciclovia also starts in Ward 1 in the Dunbar Barranita area. We will also be tabling and want to encourage folks to continue enjoying the awesome fall weather and come out to Ciclovia Tucson on Sunday, October 30th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are going to be at the Dunbar Pavilion Hub off of University Boulevard, so come by and say hi and get your picture taken at our booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I will do my last plug for the citywide Boo Bash. It's happening this Saturday, October 20th, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's happening at Lincoln Park in the soccer fields at 4325 South Pantano Road. So I don't know, Councilmember Dahl, if you can come in costume, but we'd love to have you there as well. So it'll be a good time had by all. If you subscribe to Councilmember Kozachik's newsletters, you know that they're very thorough, but I did notice that this week he left one thing out, and that's that it's his birthday this week. So happy birthday to Councilmember Kozachik. I know you love when I do that, but happy birthday to you, sir. And since we're not having another meeting until after Veterans Day, I just want to wish a happy Veterans Day to all of my fellow veterans out there who served. And if you work for the city of Tucson and you are a veteran, please note that we do have an event happening the Monday of the week of Veterans Day, and I don't know what date that is, but it's the Monday of that week. Please send an email over to ward4@tucsonaz.gov if you have not registered and you would like more details. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Lee. Councilmember Kozachik, no, you're not going to take the bite. Happy birthday, by the way. Alrighty, so I do have a couple of events and information. There are 21 days left until the November 8th general election. And if you are signed up to vote by mail, you should have received your ballot. If not, check your box. And if you haven't received your ballot by mail and you are signed up, you can always go to recorder.pima.gov or call our Pima County Recorder's Office if you have any other questions at 520-724-4330. It is important that you and everyone you know who is 18 and eligible to vote, please register to vote and vote. With a change of season comes many autumn holidays. What I'd like to announce is that Diwali, the festival of lights celebrated by Hindus, Sikhs, and Jains, culminates on a new moon night. This year it will be Monday, October 24th. The University of Arizona India Students Association is holding a Diwali celebration on Friday, October 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. in the MAC Gym. ITSCON and Govindas are hosting a celebration on Sunday, October 23rd, and the India Society of Southern Arizona is hosting a Diwali event on October 28th. Diwali, happy Diwali or Diwali Mubarak to all celebrating, wishing you health and prosperity for the year ahead. Also, the Fresh Start Expo is coming to the Tucson Convention Center on Saturday, October 22nd. I'd like to thank Damon Halt, the founder of Fresh Start International, for bringing this one-stop shop to the people of Tucson and the region, who, especially people that were formerly incarcerated and trying to get back on their feet, as well as to help people get their voting rights reinstated, connected to resources and programs, and take other important steps to decrease recidivism. I am a proud partner with Fresh Start to give this information and resources to our community. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 287, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report this evening.
Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 298, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's regular liquor license agenda, we have 3 requests for new licenses, 2 requests for person location transfers, 7 special events, 1 agent change acquisition of control. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2, 5C1 through 7, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Your Honor, before we go to item 6, we have item 5E, which is a liquor license reconsideration of the Love Cabaret liquor license application that was recommended for denial on March 9th of 2021, and I believe Mr. Rankin has information.
Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and I'll just explain the procedural first, and then I'll hand it over to Councilmember Kozaczek to discuss the proposed substantive action on tonight's agenda. This item is scheduled for reconsideration of prior action the mayor and council took with respect to this liquor license transfer application. The mayor and council previously acted on this application in March of 2021, which was shortly after the application was submitted. And at that time, the mayor and council forwarded the request to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation for denial, for disapproval. The mayor and council's recommendation was based on objections that were raised by affected neighbors and issues that have been brought forward by and through the Ward 6 office. In November of 2021, the Liquor Board heard the case and at that time chose to deny the application for the transfer. But the applicant thereafter filed a motion to the board asking for a rehearing, a reconsideration, if you will, and a review of their prior decision. And the board granted that motion in February of this year, finding that its prior decision was not supported by the evidence, and set the matter for a new hearing, which is now scheduled for next month, to consider the approval of the requested license transfer. After the board granted that request for a rehearing, or reconsideration. The Ward 6 council member, Councilmember Kozaczek, helped coordinate meetings and discussions among the applicant, the affected neighbors, my office, and legal counsel for the applicant to attempt to negotiate an agreement that would establish terms that would mitigate the impacts of the license request being granted for this business establishment. So with that, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Kozaczek to discuss the proposed agreement.
Thanks, Mike. My understanding is the first thing we need to do is a motion to vote for reconsideration.
That would be correct. And so procedurally, what would happen if the mayor and council want to consider the settlement that's been negotiated and proposed, the first step would be to first move to reconsider the prior action.
And so I would move that we reconsider our prior denial.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So Mr. Aguilera is here representing the client. It's probably best that you come forward. I'm going to walk through the deal points that we've come to since February, actually. It's been a fairly extensive series of meetings. I'm just going to walk through them, and Thomas, if there's any fundamental disagreements, just kind of flag me down. So Lucky's has agreed to.
Do I need to introduce myself or on the record?
They didn't warn that it was hot. Be careful, it's hot. Did you put soy sauce on Furby?
Just a moment, we're trying to figure out the technical difficulties. Okay.
Good now?
Yeah, do I need to announce my appearance on the record?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thomas Aguilera Law Group for the applicant.
Okay. So I'm just going to walk through the deal points that are fairly substantial, actually. Number one, Lucky's has agreed to armed security and to patrol the exterior of the premises during business hours, continuing up until, from 7 p.m. until 30 minutes after closing. They have agreed to install an exterior video system that will record for at least 60 days, maintain the recordings for at least 60 days. Put their sign on a timer. Install a gating mechanism to close off Speedway. And there are times listed in here. I'm not going to read the whole thing. A no trespassing sign posted, and I would add to this that they also ask that they also post a no trespass letter with TPD.
Yeah, and I just emailed my co-counsel. He's not present. I indicated that it would be my recommendation we file that trespass letter with TPD.
This makes it easier on them and the police. Install a gating mechanism to close off McKinley. Install landscaping along the south and west exterior before the end of the calendar year. Work with Tucson Electric Power to install enhanced shielded exterior lighting in the parking lot. Extend the height of the south and west exterior fence walls and remove railroad ties to increase the height. It's a barrier between Lucky's property and adjacent residential neighbors. No later than 60 days after the permits have been issued. We'll help with the permits.
Thank you.
Maintain an ongoing relationship with TPD, the Mittman neighborhood, Thunderbird neighborhood, code enforcement, and designating a contact person. Do you know if they've designated that contact person yet?
We have. And he's on emails with the neighbors already doing just that.
Okay, thanks. Paint the exterior, that's been completed. Put a no firearm policy allowed in place. Install signage to that effect. Install and maintain an ID scanner, a sign indicating no gangs, gang attire, and install a metal detector. They've already contracted for the security services. They have already addressed the non-compliant sign. They've placed the sign on our timer. They've contracted for the video equipment and the metal detection equipment. They've installed the concrete posts and chains to address access, both off of Speedway and McKinley. They've done the painting of the exterior of the building. They've installed the no firearms and gang signage. They've obtained the ID scanner, and they've withdrawn a notice of claim against city personnel. It's my belief that if we were to continue our objection with all of the significant agreements that Lucky's has signed on to, that if we took this up to the liquor board, we would lose it 10 times out of 10. I think Lucky's has shown a good faith effort in negotiating with the city and with residents. And with that, I'd move that we move a recommendation of approval to the state liquor board.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Councilmember, just one point of clarification. There's no need for the council to adopt the settlement agreement. It's just effective on its own terms as it's signed.
Councilmember Kozaczek, and yeah, that's why I was lit up. I was going to ask that as part of the motion or by separate motion to approve the settlement agreement, which as part of which the city will agree to withdraw any objection to the
All right,
issuance
then
of the license.
I'll amend the motion to agree to the settlement agreement, a part of which is withdrawing the denial.
Second that.
There's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, and thank you for your good faith efforts from your ward office as well. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all for the work. Now we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take any legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Our first speaker will be Keith Van Heineken.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Van Heineken. I've been a Tucson resident almost 25 years now. And I'm here to tell you, you got trouble right here in River City. Old Pueblo, same thing. You see, we have this thing called a city charter that you all like to ignore. When we talk about roads, police, fire, parks, it's actually pretty limited. What I heard today was trinkets and goodies and things to pay off our friends. It is regrettable that some of you are still here after so long, after so much incompetence. The few of you that are new, you need to step up to the plate because the crime situation is out of hand. The road situation, even with the extra taxes you've levied, you're not even keeping up with decay. That is reality. See, there's this thing called history, where hindsight is almost always 20/20. You have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting. I don't know if everyone in the room realizes that of the last 80 years, Democrats have run Tucson for 76 of those years. And you know what? It shows. Everywhere it shows. Today at the county board meeting, a suggestion was floated on how to handle the homeless with some type of encampment. What kind of minimum security LO would this be? Where's the ACLU for you guys even thinking about it? You see, we all like to talk a good game. But you guys, you're the ones responsible. I've watched $40 billion flow through this local government in the last 10 years between the city, the county, and the failure that is TUSD. And I'm sick to my stomach. The second my wife retires, we're gone, like so many others, because of you. Good night.
Charles Allen?
Good evening. My name is Charles Allen. I'm a retiree and homeowner living on the east side. I'm not a retained speaker. I'm here for myself. 6 months ago, I stood at this very spot to ask you, respectively, if you'd have city staff look at revising the homeless camp protocol. And I was so pleased. I'd barely gotten home, and I was included on an email from City Manager Ortega. He said, already on it, he's already pulled staff together, and he was going to keep us informed of progress on the issue. Unfortunately, that was the last word on the subject that I ever heard. I sent to all of you my suggestions, a revised draft, on how I thought it should go. I gave you some rationale as to some of my changes that I was suggesting. No acknowledgement, no reply. I asked if there would be an opportunity for public input in the process. I sent letters to Mr. Ortega and Mr. Rankin. No reply. I asked that before the final protocol came out, would we have an opportunity for public comment? And again, didn't hear anything. So, okay, the city campaign, the enhanced campaign to remove the camps continued. The camps that we've been working with on the Alamo Wash were all cleaned out. We had community service officers come. We had code inspectors come. We had park safety people come and patrol officers come. For the first time in 2 years, every single camp in the Alamo Wash was cleaned out. Yay. But nobody was happy. They just moved from Harlan Heights into Thunderbird. And then when the camps were knocked out of Thunderbird, they moved down to Sewell. So, gave me an opportunity. No more camps to work with, so I went out to the Cemetery Wash, I went out to the Navajo Wash, I went to the camps under the overpass at 18th and Vine, I went to Broadway and Houghton, and I walked through the Arcadia Wash to see if the other camps were having similar experiences. And wow, we still could see where the protocol dashboard was needed. Camps were being closed without the 72-hour notice being given. Sometimes the notice would be posted in the morning and everything would be cleared out in the afternoon, so they really didn't get a chance to do that. But I went out with the city crews and the city subcontractor crews, with Transportation, Southwest Hazmat, Bio 1. I went out with the Tucson Police Department Homeless Outreach Team. It was still operating back then. Wonderful resource. And we saw that it used to be a good tracking tool, the dashboard, but not anymore. I'm sorry, my time's up. So I wanted to get to the point. Mr. Ortega has always encouraged collaboration and neighborhood involvement. And we've got a wonderful example with the Splinter Collective and what you're going to do with that program in Esteban Park. I don't know why ours project didn't meet the same standards, but what I come to you tonight is to say neighborhood engagement and collaboration is a two-way street. And when I can't communicate with anybody here, all my emails are coming back. The filter is working very well, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry. All my emails to Sarah Lanius, to Brandy Champion, to L. Milliard, and Mari Vasquez are being returned. None of my calls are being returned. So, okay, if it's me that you don't like, fine. But I represent a group of volunteers from Pima Verde, from Rose Hill Estates, from Harlan Heights and Thunderbird, who really think that we can have support for our camps in our neighborhood, and we can show you what we can do. But, okay, you can sideline me, but we need to have two-way communication, all right? So please tell me how I can get through to people.
Thank
so
you,
they pick
Mr.
up the
Allen.
phone.
You do
Thank
have to come to a conclusion, but
very much.
I want to make sure, Mr. Ortega and Mr. Attorney, that we find a way to connect with Mr. Allen and try and connect him to our Housing First Director and Liz Morales, our Housing Community Development Director, to see how we can partner. Because you're right, that we do have our Splinter Collective pilot program, and we would love to make sure that we reach out to you all. So let's follow up on this, Mr. Manager. Thank
you, Madam
you.
Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Garrett Weaver?
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Garrett Weaver. I am a resident of the city. I am not paid to speak. I am speaking on behalf of Tucson Climate Coalition and Arizonans for Community Choice. I am here to speak about climate change and reducing community greenhouse gas emissions. First of all, I'd like to thank this council for the EV ordinances you have passed. This is great for climate mitigation, and I appreciate these efforts. I ask that you turn your attention to electricity. Over half our community emissions come from generating electricity, according to the county's greenhouse gas inventory report. We need to address electricity generation as part of a complete response to climate. According to the 2020 Integrated Resource Plan from the utility, we will be burning coal to generate electricity until 2032, and natural gas even longer. For a city that plans to be carbon neutral by 2030, this is simply not compatible with our climate goals. This is unacceptable for a community that is on the front lines on the fight against climate change. There are many policy options that can enable the transition to renewables. Community Choice Energy offers a path forward that has been employed by hundreds of cities across 10 states in the US. Community Choice Energy will allow the city to buy renewable energy at wholesale rates and supply residents and businesses with clean power. The city will continue its relationship with the utility to distribute the energy. Community Choice Energy is about affordability. Communities that adopt Community Choice Energy save ratepayers between 2% and 20% on their electricity bills. Community Choice Energy is about climate mitigation. Newton, Massachusetts is using the policy to make its grid 80% renewable today and is on target to be 100% renewable by 2025. Community Choice Energy is about bringing democracy to energy generation. Decisions about our electricity are made by a private, investor-owned company and overseen by a quasi-legislative body in Phoenix. Those decisions should be made here by this community, openly, by the people affected by them. Electricity needs the most attention. I ask this council to consider including Community Choice Energy in our climate action plan. And I ask this council to request enabling regulation from the Arizona Corporation Commission to employ Community Choice Energy. The solutions are out there. We can use them. I'd be happy to connect with you and continue these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input. Really appreciate it. We don't have any others add call to the audience, so we will be moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through K.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is Parks and Recreation, adoption of the Rob Wash Greenway Master Plan. Item C is Parks and Recreation, adoption of the Barrio Nopal Park Master Plan. Item D is a financial participation agreement, Tucson Clean and Beautiful for fiscal year 2023. Item E is Transportation Authority to acquire right-of-way for the Valencia Road, Cove Road to Houghton Road Improvement Project. Item F is the final plat, S22-032 Valencia Crossing, commercial lots 1 through 7. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement, acceptance of the 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program Award. The city attorney will have a correction to read into the record. Item H is a grant agreement with the Office of Justice Programs, OJP, for the 2022 Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Grant. A correction will also be read into the record on that one. Excuse me. Item H is a grant agreement with the Office of Justice Programs for the 2022 Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Grant, also a correction. Grant agreement, item I, grant agreement with the Office of Justice Programs for the 2022 DNA Capacity Enhancement for Backlog Reduction, CEBR Program Grant. Item J is a grant agreement with the Office of Justice Programs, OJP, for the 2022 Bureau Justice Assistance National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Grant. Item K is the American Rescue Plan State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funding, SLFRF, reallocation of funds to affordable housing and investing in our houseless community.
Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For consent items G through J, and those are the TPD grants, we had prepared the resolutions expecting that those grants would require mayor's signature, but the forms have changed and they've gone to an electronic format that call for the manager's execution. So section 2 of the resolutions for each of those grants will be revised to read, the city manager or the manager's designee is authorized and directed to execute the grant award acceptance together with any required declaration and certification and any other documents necessary to effectuate the grant award for and on behalf of the city.
Alrighty, with those corrections, may I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Item 8, excuse me, Your Honor, did you want to consider item K
item K,
separately?
yes.
I apologize.
Item K is the American Rescue Plan State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funding, reallocation of funds for affordable housing, housing first, and investing in our houseless community. I know that the Vice Mayor had requested that we consider this separately, as well as I just wanted to call on the Vice Mayor to see if you had comments or questions on this item.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Mayor. Just grateful to be doing this additional investment into helping stabilize some of our most vulnerable in our community. I know that this mayor and council, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, went in the direction of trying to do low barrier shelter for our unhoused community members. And so I think we've done a lot of work and put an investment on that front and trying to stabilize folks with dignified shelter, and that we still have a ways to go. And so I think this is important, especially at this time that we are hearing from the community about the need for housing. And so I know I mentioned a couple of weeks ago about my visit to the city of San Jose in California, and about their projects around having tiny homes and also manufactured housing in city-owned properties to address especially the needs for families who are finding themselves unhoused. And then also seeing examples in San Francisco with RV camps, and I mean, for myself, feeling a little like, okay, maybe that's something not to try because of the amount of money it takes for such little. I think they could only do around 35 RVs. And so how do we make the most with the funding resources that we have to impact the greatest amount of folks? And so I think as we continue this conversation of congregate shelter, I mentioned before about having gone to Phoenix District 8 to visit their congregate shelter and seeing the amazing work that this public, nonprofit, and private partnership has done to create immediate housing for folks in that area. And something that really stood out for me on that trip is that, you know, in these halls of government office, there's always speculation of where people are coming from. And so they surveyed the folks that they were housing at that congregate shelter, and 85% of those people were from that area, were from that community. So that was also important for them to tell the story about like the ways that we're like, oh, people are sending people from everywhere, that even our unhoused, even when they're displaced, they want to stay close to what they know. And that was the same even when I was in the Bay, that as they're collecting data and interviewing where people are coming from, they're from that community. So I think that's important to highlight. And as mentioned before, just a collaboration of us trying to think outside the box and working with Splinter Collective and working with community partners to come up with dignified solutions that humanize the different vulnerabilities that people have and do it from a place of compassion and not a judgment. I think always there's personal responsibility and accountability, but just the way that it takes a village to raise children in our community, it takes a village to fail them as well. So we all need to be working together on this issue, and we need to come up with short-term, middle-term, long-term solutions. And I think a lot of the times we just work on the short-term, which also are so expensive. They take away from long-term investments. And so I think we need to find the right balance of addressing like the immediate need, but also making sure that we are setting ourselves up for a more sustainable long-term housing for our community members. So with that, just appreciate, and I want to continue to push for more investment in this area.
Would you like to move the item? I think you were pretty thorough.
Yes, well,
Said
thank you,
everything
Mayor.
I needed to say,
So,
Vice Mayor.
No, well, with that, I move that we approve the item.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All I want to add is that I just want to really add to what the Vice Mayor has said in terms of what this particular mayor and council have been doing since 2020. We all realized that there was an urgency, an emergency in affordability and lack of access to affordable housing. But we also knew that the pandemic was going to affect our community in unprecedented ways. And so this mayor and council have been investing more than $10 million in Housing First program and hiring our first ever in the history of our city Housing First director, purchasing hotels to be able to put Housing First to work. But we've also distributed more than $25 million of emergency rental assistance programs to avoid evictions in our community. And that was in partnership with Pima County. We are partnering with the Splinter Collective. We're looking at what are the gaps out there. And when we talk about homelessness and our unsheltered neighbors, it is a very, very complex issue that the city of Tucson cannot fix alone. We do need good partners like Pima County to come together, sit with us, and make decisions that we all feel are the best decisions moving forward. And so the state government most recently awarded the city of Tucson a $2 million grant to help with the Housing First program and continue investing there, but also help with cleanup efforts for our neighbors and our businesses that are seeing the effects of the unsheltered residents in Tucson. And then, of course, there's the external complications and complexities of fentanyl and meth and other drugs fueling the homeless situation throughout the country. It is not unique. This problem is not unique to the city of Tucson. It is happening everywhere, and I have had the opportunity to talk to mayors throughout the country to see what are the best practices that they're moving towards. And I'll say very clearly that mayors, including Congress people, because I was in DC recently lobbying for our city, and the interagency government to reduce homelessness, all say that there are best practices, there are things that are functioning, and there are steps that are not. And sanction encampments, or tent cities, or slab cities, they're also known as, are steps that cities, to all of the mayors that at least I've talked to, regret taking the step of standing up a sanction encampment or tent city. So I'm really happy that we're all holding hands on making an investment in our unsheltered community, we're making incredible investments in our Housing First program, and that we are piloting programs that are outside the box, involving the community in our neighborhoods to come in and help, as well as other partners, federal, county, and state. So with that, I don't know if my colleagues want to add to this, but I just want to thank Liz Morales and her team for the work that you all do day in, day out. And of course, the city manager and all of our administrators. Anything else? All righty. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We move on to item 8.
Zoning, SE 22-27, T-Mobile, Wilmot Road, RX1 Zone Wireless Communication Facility, Special Exception, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 11962.
City Manager's Communication number 288, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. The special exception site is located approximately 100 feet east of Wilmot Road and 2,450 feet north of Old Vale Connection Road, alignment in RX1 zone. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the special exception request, subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? Just state your name for the record.
Hi, John Ketseris with Pinnacle Consulting.
Representing the applicant, correct?
Correct, yes.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
I'm sorry?
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11962 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11962 relating to zoning a special exception land use wireless communications facility, SE 22-27, T-Mobile, Wilmot Road, located approximately 100 feet east of Wilmot Road and 2,450 feet north of Old Vale Connection Road, alignment, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility monopole 75 feet in height, located within a 1,600 square foot lease area in the RX1 zone, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, this project is really straightforward. There are no neighbors in the immediate vicinity of this location. We didn't receive any feedback, pro or con, for this from neighbors. It was relatively straightforward and pretty pretty quiet on the front from the neighbors. So just in general, pretty simple. So with that, I want to move that we approve the request for special exception as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance number 11962 passes by a vote of 6-0. I mean 5-0. 5-0. Thank you so much. Item 9.
Environmental Services and General Services, notice of intention to increase environmental services rates and fees for fiscal years 2023 through 2027, and scheduling a public hearing for December 20th, 2022.
City Manager's Communication number 295, dated October 18th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23534 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23534 relating to environmental services, approving the publication of a notice of intention to increase fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2027 environmental services rates and fees, and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, could we just have the city attorney kind of explain this process and what this means tonight?
Absolutely, Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Lee, members of the Mayor and Council. So in front of you tonight, you have a series of items that are a notice of intention. And really what this does is it kicks off the public process to give public notice of the fact that the Mayor and Council will be considering fee increases in these different areas. Now, there are certain Arizona statutory requirements that apply to fee or rate increases. And there's actually some differences based on what type of rate or what type of fee is at issue. And the most rigorous of those processes with the most amount of public notice in advance of Mayor and Council action or decision on the proposed fee adjustments has to do with water rates. And you've been through that process a number of times over the years. And that includes starting it off with this notice of intention that gets published and gives the public notice that at a later time, the Mayor and Council are going to have a public hearing to discuss potential rate or fee increases. And in the meantime, data and a report will be filed with the city clerk's office that the public can access to get information about what the proposed rate or fee increases are and what the basis for those fee increases might be. For other non-water type of fee and rate increases, over the years, we've done different processes because the statutes aren't as specific or as rigorous as they are with water. But what the city manager wanted to do is more standardize these proceedings with respect to fees and rates across different departments of the city. So there's a more consistent public notice process. So these have all been brought forward with respect to the proposed environmental services and general services fees, water, Parks and Recreation, and then the Park Tucson, as well as the planning, I'll call them the planning and development services fees, which actually includes Tucson Fire and other review fees that are part of the development review process. The idea is to give even more public notice than is legally required, including for those different types of fee increases. In addition to the information that I just described, notice will be published on the city's webpage, giving notice of the public hearing dates that would be set for the Mayor and Council consideration of these different proposed fee and rate increases. By taking action tonight, the Mayor and Council isn't approving a fee increase or a rate increase. You're creating the opportunity for public notice that those fee increases or rate increases or adjustments will be considered at a later date, and establishing the public process for public input about those adjustments.
That was my only question right now, Mayor. I'm on the fence about a couple of the 5 items, but that's all of the questions that I have for the moment.
Okay. Any others on item 9? Councilmember Dahl?
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, I'm curious about the December 20th date. It seems close to Christmas and the other holidays. Why was that date chosen? And is there a possibility of moving it a little earlier outside of the holiday season?
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that date was just the number of days based on the notice from today, but certainly we could move that into January. Be happy to do that.
Yeah, the December date is problematic just because of people being on vacation and leaving for the holidays. Any others? What's the desire? What's the council's pleasure on item 9?
Mayor, I'll throw out an idea. I do think that this particular item we should explore and hear what the public has to say. Of the 5 on the table, I do like the idea of pushing that into January, though, given the holidays. So I would throw out a motion that we move to pass and adopt resolution number 23534, but putting it to a January something day,
Mayor, it would be January 10th.
January 10th, 2023 date.
There's a motion.
I'll second that with a comment.
There's a motion and a second, and we start discussion. Councilmember Kozachik and then Vice Mayor.
So we have 5 public hearings on December 20th, each of which was to let the public know that we're considering increasing your rates in 5 different departments. Now we have one in January. Irrespective of the proximity to the holiday, I still think I've got an issue with asking the public or advising the public that we're considering raising rates in 5 different departments simultaneously. I don't think we need to do that to the people. I am very serious about environmental services and water. It would be helpful if Park Tucson if their debt service could be pulled out of the general fund. But I don't think we should be setting dates and telling the public we're considering 5 different departments at the same time for rate increases. Whether it's a week before or a week after the holiday, I just think that that's a bad look, and I think it's a tough hit for people to take on all at one time. So I'm going to support ES and water, and I'm not sure about the others at this point.
Vice Mayor, and then if any others, I do have comments.
Yes, I guess maybe for clarification is that we're just starting the process to get public input. We're not actually making a decision on any of the recommendations, correct?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that's correct.
I mean, I know that Councilmember Cunningham had requested parks be taken out, but I guess I'm not quite sure if what all this is getting feedback from the community, and like just trying that out, unless we're trying to change what we're trying to put in front of the community to give us feedback on. So I guess I'm kind of on the fence about that.
I'm actually clear about my concern as well of putting such a big ask in front of our residents, especially because the economy is very volatile right now. Inflation is hurting the pocketbooks of many working families and seniors that live with limited income. And so I tend to agree that going down the path of putting everything on the table is not my preferred choice, even if it's just initiating a process to get input from the community. I absolutely understand the dire situation when it comes to our water resources and how much more it will cost us to bring water into our community and how much water costs. I absolutely understand that environmental services and general services has, I think, 10 years, 12 years or more, we have not gone out to the public to request and that people pay for the services that are being provided. Most recently, we are asking more out of our environmental services department by doing our zero waste roadmap, and doing a lot of very important work that requires time and money to be able to do if we want to respond with our environmental services department in terms of climate action and climate adaptation and all the work that we're asking Carlos de la Torre and his team to do. I'm not supportive of parks and recreation fees to be put forward. I have many, many questions about all of the fees that are being put together, and we need to involve the community. And then, of course, the others, I think it's just too much to put on the shoulders of residents in Tucson. So, Mr. Ortega, I know that you have some comments.
Sure, Mayor, thank you, and I appreciate the conversation. I would suggest the two that are in need of moving forward, and I would recommend strongly you'd consider that, would be environmental services and water. There is a timeline, as the attorney already outlined, so I would recommend those if you could move those forward. I would also suggest that, and I hear all that you're saying in terms of the other three, you don't have to act on those tonight, and I can bring those back in a future discussion, bring them back to study session so that there's an opportunity to further dissect some of the parks and recreation. I know that Councilmember Cunningham had some thoughts there. I also know that there's been some discussion about plan and development services fees. I did see a letter from some of the stakeholders. Happy to delay those and go through more conversation. It was our intent to engage those stakeholders as a part of this process, but hearing you today, I don't disagree, and I would be recommending just the two for tonight, and the other three can be delayed for further action in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I really appreciate that. It was feeling overwhelming to have all of these possibilities of fees. And even though we just want the input and, of course, the engagement from the community, absolutely, we appreciate that you thinking of that. But I just don't feel comfortable. And I don't think it is the appropriate thing to do to pile it all up. We all understand water and environmental services. So, council member, you have a motion to consider environmental services, which is item 9. Is it still your wish to bring it the first meeting in January?
I still feel like giving people through the holidays.
Okay.
Would probably be best if that wouldn't pose an issue to.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, all that it really does is delay implementation, but we really want to make sure folks are all comfortable with this, so the delay would not be substantial.
Okay. I did see Councilmember Dahl's hand up, so I don't know if it was previous Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have some thoughts that they're kind of past. I like the planning and development services now, because it doesn't affect a whole lot of people. It affects the development community, or people going for permits mostly, who I think can just put that into their cost of doing business. Plus, we haven't increased fees there for over 10 years. But if there's some discussion that needs to happen, I don't mind that going forward. And as you know, Mayor, I have a couple of other policy things I'd like to add when we do the water. That's all. Thanks.
So let's act on item 9. And Councilmember, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Do we need to go to roll call, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so we understand the motion to move forward with the initiation of notice of intention to increase environmental services rates and fees for fiscal years 23 to 27. This is the initiation and a public hearing for the first meeting in January of 2023. With that, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye, and Mike Ortega, the implementation date is still July 1st. So it's not as though we're delaying the implementation.
We'll look at the schedule. It basically moves what we were originally thinking, but it could be as early as March, based on the implementation. But if the conversation is for first of the fiscal year, then we can do that.
And you said aye?
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23534 passes by a vote of 5-0. Item 10,
Water, notice of intention to increase water rates and fees for fiscal years 2023 through 2027, and scheduling a public hearing, which will be on January 10th, 2023, instead of December 20th. Resolution number 23528.
what is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. So I support this, the across the board rate increase, because water, and as we've talked about before, and we care about water. It's clear that Mayor and Council cares about water. Is more than a cost of service. It's a human right, not just a commodity. And we have a robust safety net for low income, and we support water for the environment. All that's pretty good. We also did a progressive block rate for residential customers, a policy decision to send a conservation signal. Another example of how Tucson has always been a leader. In 2011, the city's Office of Sustainability recommended using a similar rate structure for commercial customers, stating that there's no conservation measure in the flat rate structure, and it's going to be more complicated than residential because there are a variety of types of users. But to start the process, and this is even earlier than what we're doing tonight on the other things, I moved to direct staff to return in 6 months with an analysis on an alternate rate structure for commercial water users in preparation for a potential notice of intent.
There's a motion.
So I'll second that. It's a separate motion than just initiating the water rate increase, though. You realize?
Yes, yeah. I want to do one other small motion, and then I will be glad to move the water rate one.
So there's a motion and a second, and this one is, the motion is with the intent of creating a tiered water rate for commercial users.
Yes, and it might be more complicated than that because we have a variety of different types of users, from hospitals to golf courses, but essentially a conservation rate or rate system, an alternative, I think is the word that I'm looking for. And I have a lot of confidence in staff that they'd be able to look around and see what might work in our situation.
And this is to study and put together and make sure that CUAC is part of this, and stakeholders and all the process that we usually do for something like this.
Absolutely.
Okay. So any other comments or any further discussion on this, Vice Mayor?
I think last time I had just made comments around urban farms and community gardens, and so just making sure we keep that in mind.
That's my second motion.
All righty.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm with you on that.
Alrighty. So if there's no further discussion, did you have any comment, Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, I just want to make sure we're clear. The discussion is on the commercial rates and the incentives around that. The community gardens is a separate discussion, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I have a short motion on that to follow.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Councilmember Dahl.
As the Vice Mayor pointed out, we have a separate rate for community gardens, and we've been approached by the Pima County Food Justice Alliance to extend that rate to the small and local farmers that are providing food to that can be part of our sustainable and resilient local food system. In addition, the farmers market that's run by the Community Food Bank receives close to half of its fresh produce from these Tucson local farmers and people who are in the Tucson water district. So I move to direct staff to come back in 90 days with language and an analysis that would expand the community garden water rate to include small scale and local agriculture in preparation for a notice of intent.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, happy to do that. I would be concerned about 90 days. I think there is a lot on the plate with regard to all of these efforts. So if we could get the same 6 months, we'd appreciate that. If we can do it sooner, we'll certainly bring it back.
Okay.
Okay.
So up to 6 months,
Please.
Councilmember Dahl?
Glad to make that amendment.
Already the amendment, the seconder of the motion accepts the change? Yes, okay. So any further discussion on this issue? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues for that side trip. Now I'd like to move a notice of intention to increase water rates and fees for fiscal years 2023 through 2027 and schedule a public hearing on December 20th. Well, on January, what is it, 7th?
The first meeting of January.
2023. January 10th, sorry.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23528 passes by a vote of 5-0. Item 11.
Parks and Recreation Notice of Intention to Add, Increase, and Modify Existing Specific Parks and Recreation Fees and Adoption of Updated Discount Program, Resolution Number 23535.
What is the council's pleasure on item 11?
Mayor, is this what we're going to continue per the city manager?
Mayor, I would recommend that you can continue items 11, 12, and 13.
Alrighty, can we make a motion to take that action tonight? Yep. Councilwoman Lee?
Mayor, I move that we continue items 11, can I do them all at the same time?
Yes.
All right, I love efficiency, 11, 12, and 13 to future date.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So Mike, embedded in that though, can you have your people get back to us about what moves we could make to get Park Tucson's capital debt service out of the general fund? Some, it may not be possible without some sort of an increase, but that, right now, all we're doing is subsidizing their debt service.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, happy to do that. Just a point of clarification on the continuation. I will bring it back to you. It'll probably be in December or January before there'll be time on study session to bring some of these items back to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Perfect. So there's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none. Do you need a roll call or? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes 5-0. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Monday, November 14th, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much for your work and have a wonderful rest of your week. Thank you.
you.